paper. Why is it needed? Why is it needed? Can anyone tell? Why should we undergo this session? What is the relevance for it? Why should we know why we have to write a research proposal, a protocol, or how should we write about it? What is the importance of it? Any one of you would like to volunteer? Yes. Why should a research protocol, how to be written, should be studied?
So that
Ma'am,
we
a
should be able
protocol
to
gives
clearly.
a overall rough idea about the study which we are going to conduct or research which we are going to conduct, and also for clearance, like for ethical, if we are doing something on, we need an ethical approval. So for that, we need to write a protocol.
Very good. Okay. See, now all of you must be having an institutional ethics committee or a departmental review board, right? Then we have MUHS approval. So all these things, a clearance is required for a scientific paper so that we are not harming in the patient. Okay. So for that, if you write a research proposal which is well formulated or a protocol which is well formulated, it becomes easy for you for a institutional ethic clearance. And whenever there are queries from institutional ethics clearance, any doubt that comes, in fact, that is like a stepping stone for you. Yeah, that suggests that something is lacking. There is no clarity, and that we need to modify or see what is lacking. Because there we itself are not able to understand. That's why there's a query that has been raised to. Yeah. So if we write a proper research proposal protocol, it becomes easy for us to get the ISA clearance. Then second, planning and execution. Now, many of us may have great ideas, but we have good ideas in our mind, or we have multiple ideas, but we have to see whether it is feasible and how do we plan to do. All of us have time bound. Na? We are in a limited curriculum, so you have to appear for your exam, you have your thesis submission, you have your viva. We have to have the planning how we are going to do in that limited time frame and the execution of it. Whether are we at times there is so much of information overload, we tend to overdo it that we think, see, in 1 year's time or 2 years' time, can we do so many things? Or do we need to divide and break it? So, for getting an idea of planning and execution of how we are going to carry the study, the feasibility of the thing. And third is writing a paper. So all of us have put in the hard work, the guides put in the hard work, everyone wants the paper to be published. Okay, so when you're putting it in a scientific way, so when you want to publish the paper, already half the work is done if it's in a scientific way. So then you just have to change, okay, what is the journal requirement, and then you just change um, the requirements of the journal to that particular journal, and your paper will be accepted easily. So it will be a good quality research work. But for that, the initial writing a research protocol is very, very important to achieve. Is it clear here? Everyone is clear why we need to have a good research protocol? Okay. Now we go on to further things. So when we start with a research, okay, how do we select the topic? Everyone is aware of FINER. How should be the selection of the topic be? Anyone can tell me what is FINER?
Yeah, it's a criteria, ma'am, for the topic title.
Yeah. So
F
can you
stands
define?
for F stands
Very
for
good.
feasible.
Very good.
I for innovative.
Yeah. Interesting or
Sorry,
innovative. Very
interesting.
good.
Yeah, yeah. N for new.
Very good.
E
Novel.
for E for E for
Ethical.
yes, ethical, and R for relevant.
Very good. Okay. So when you select with a topic, it has to be feasible. See, you may be having a great idea. At times you're very charged up, having this idea, that idea, or you see something being carried out there, and you think, okay, I'm going to do it in my setup. But the most important thing is that you have to see the feasibility of it, whether it is practical for you to finish in the given time duration. and appear and submit your thesis because you're under MUHS, the university curriculum. Second is interesting. If many things are done, then what is different from my this thing? It has to be novel, something which is not done. And ethical. The ethical aspect is the most important aspect and the relevant. Why? What is the relevance? Relevance is always related to the stakeholder. So relevance will be in terms of your stakeholders. How does it benefit the patient? How does it benefit you? How does it benefit your department or the college or the community level? More the stakeholder, more are the relevance, more is the good quality research paper. So you always, for the relevance, you have to always understand who all are the stakeholders in your study. Okay. You have to think if this, if I carry out this research, what will be the impact on the patient? What will be the impact on the me or my fraternity in department at university, college level, university level, and at community level. Higher the impact, higher is going to be a good quality research. Then we start writing with the research protocol. In that, mainly the review of literature is very important. Like yesterday, we had a session on literature review, and you saw the importance of it. How framing the research question is the first step, identifying the PICO, and then finding the keywords and doing the smart literature search is the most important thing. And then we have the methodology, we have collection and entry of data. Then we start implementing the thing, then we collect the data, either data collection in the form of forms or entering in computer software. Then we have data analysis, we have discussion, and lastly the publication. So these are the key things when you start doing a research protocol. So first is the introduction, and before introduction we have the title. So what are the requirements of a title? Yes, yes. How will you name the title? So normally in title, it has been seen that you should have a what you say. Title should have a keywords, and it should also include the study design. Like if you're comparing X and Y, so it has to be a comparative study between to see the effectiveness of X over the Y and in the population. It should have the PICO format in the title. So that will cover your main keywords over there. Or if you're doing a case control study, so it has to be mentioned this a case control study. Clear here? So ideally, your title should have the study design included in it, because in that way the analysis of the research protocol becomes very easy. Whoever is going to review the research proposal. Here. Then we start with the introduction. Now, many people, when the students come with the idea and when the guide tells, okay, write down and get to me, or you have to start writing for your MUHS submission, people are lost. They don't know what to do. And the common question that has been asked is, how many pages should we write? Now, the question is, it's not about the pages. What does introduction include? Introduction is like you have to start with the focus. For example, if you're doing a study on diabetes, or if you're doing a study on low back pain, or you're doing study on hypertension, you have to start with the focus, that particular topic. See how diabetes, what is diabetes or what is hypertension, and then why, what is the impact, the burden on it. So you can start at the society level, that for example, you can start at that particular state level on the national level. Now normally what it is seen, many times when we have low back pain, we talk, the students talk about the statistical part or the burden and the impact of the abroad thing. Like in so many outside countries, this is a burden and impact. What you have to understand, we are carrying out our study in our Indian setup. So along with the abroad thing, try to show studies which are showing the burden or the impact or the economical burden, what that disease is carrying, or your focus of study is carrying on economic thing in our setup. Okay, so it has to be in our setup. You can say studies related to Maharashtra, or government websites are there, government health websites are there. You have to show the thing, or national health websites are there. You have to show what is the impact of that particular study which was selected on the our national level. Then the importance of the topic. Why you feel this is a problem? Why do you need to study? Okay. So now many times, for example, COVID was the in thing. So what happened? COVID, everyone thought was a respiratory problem, but we saw that COVID just was not related to the respiratory problem. It had a lot of issues on other things like this. We had neurological problem, balance problem, hand grip problem with the COVID. So when you start with the topic, it is just not related. So you have to show, okay, tomorrow I'm trying to do something in COVID patient. So I'll just not talk about the breathing capacity. I may talk about his balance problem or day-to-day life problem or hand grip activity. So I have to show the relevance why this topic needs to be studied, the after effects of COVID, the importance of topic needs to be highlighted. Then we go to the review of literature. So yesterday, as we said, the review of literature has to be done smartly. So what has already been done? You have to find good relevant articles and you don't want the repetition. But then after finding a review of literature, you come to know what are the gaps that needs to be done for our setup. So you identify the gaps in the knowledge, what needs to be done or what can be changed. And accordingly, you show or reflect the gaps in the knowledge of review of literature. And lastly, thus the need of your study. You justify, hence your topic is essential or it needs to be done. How is your topic relevant and how is it different? This needs to be done. Is it clear? So introduction should include this. So you have to start with the focus. You have to show the impact. It has the burden, the need. Why is it important? What has already been done and what needs to be done? The gap, and then thus the need of this study. Why this needs to be done. This is your introduction. So remember, it just can't be, what to be written or how many pages. You have to see when you're making sentences, you have to think, what am I addressing? Am I addressing the importance of the topic? Am I addressing a literature review? Am I addressing the impact or burden at national level or abroad level? Am I importance? Am I emphasizing the need of the study? You should be able to identify when you write down the line over. The next is commonly what happens when we ask the students to go and get some writing material. They find articles, everything is available on Google or PubMed or anything. Okay, there is information overload and people just cut, copy and paste. Okay, and they cut, copy, paste and put it over there. So this can lead to a major problem. This is known as a plagiarism because you have taken someone's intellectual property right over there. So finally, when you read up, many students are stuck up that they have done the work, but actual written material is not there because they're stuck up with the expression of the idea. So if you're having a difficulty in English or putting down the sentences across or grammatical, you can take the help of your friend who is relatively good in grammar or English, and you may have your idea, but the expression may be difficult. But try framing your sentences, your idea, what you have read, the gist of it. Okay, like how you go and watch a movie, right? You're watching a movie, but when you come later on and you tell your meet your college friends next day, you don't say the literal dialogues of the movie. You tell them the gist of the movie, what happened, kya hua, ye hua, wo hua. So it's your perception, how you have viewed, and you're putting it over there. The same thing when you write down the introduction or any other thing, you're reading everything, you're doing a literature review, but it shouldn't be copied and pasted. It has to be expressed in your own ideas, formulating your own idea. Okay, and no copy paste. And in case you have to put something which is like of another's intellectual property right, okay, you have to put a superscript, the numbering, and numbering has to be there in the bracket like 1, 2, 3. Okay, that referencing has to be there, and the references has to be added in your bibliography towards the end of. So that is very, very important. You just can't copy and you can't say, okay, okay, I forgot anything. Okay. And when you're submitting to MUHS, you have to check once whether the reference numbers, superscripts, what you have added, and your bibliography references, they are matching or not. Okay. So always check for reference numbers, or at times the query can come from MUHS. And then you can use reference manager. Like yesterday, I told you there are Mendeley is there, Zorato is there. Okay, so Mendeley is commonly used reference manager. So that will be helpful for your smart work. So what happens? See, everyone has a reference style difference. Now, for example, here they normally use as a Vancouver for MUHS. But tomorrow, if you want to give it for publication, that journal requirement will be different. So you may have to change from Vancouver to another style over there. So you can use just a reference manager like a Mendeley to change over the thing to fit in the journal. Okay, so avoid plagiarism. because at times when you give for publication also, there's a plagiarism check that happens over there. Okay. When you write the objectives, I think all of you are aware of PCOT. Yesterday we done. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So objectives also need to be smart. Yesterday, as I told you, when all of you were telling me about outcomes like anxiety in dental pain, I told you how are you going to measure the anxiety? It has to be measurable. Or someone had given me an example of yoga, the effectiveness of yoga on health. I said, how are you going to measure the health? Which aspect of health? Okay. So at the most, there has to be 2 or 3 outcomes that has to be taken. So your objective needs to be specific. Okay, so health is very general. You have to take the parameters of health which are taking, like walking capacity, quality of life, whatever. That is very specific. It has to be measurable. You should be able to measure it. Okay, it has to be achievable. Means we have to achieve what we are planning to measure, and it has to be relevant to the study, and it has to be time bound because we all are in a time bound frame of it. So objectives have to be measured. Like if you want to see pain and anxiety, okay, you're comparing two drugs, X and Y, and you have to find out the pain, reduction in pain and anxiety. You have to write to compare to find out the pain intensity in group 1 or group X. Okay, it is very specific. Pain intensity you're trying to find out. Okay, how are you going to measure the pain intensity? Using a scale, using any instrument. So that has to be mentioned in your objective. Using what? Okay. If you're going to do anxiety, okay, to measure the anxiety, how are you going to measure it? Using what? Using anxiety depression scale, or what is, how are you going to measure? That is very, very important. Okay. So that needs to be mentioned in your objective. Clear here for your objective?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm. Then we have methodology. I'm sure all of you must have gone through your senior's journal or your own thing where you have seen inclusion and exclusion criteria, sample size, sampling, study design, ethics, study procedure. These are some of the things. Now, when I talk about it, you have to talk about study population. What do you mean by study population? Like whether you're going to, your study population is going to be females, pregnant females, children. Like yesterday in my study literature review, I did it in children aged 6 to 12. That was my study population, or school going children, okay, or low back patient. That is my study population. Clear here? Then the sampling and sample size, which you have to derive from your statistician. So all which, how you have calculated the sample size needs to be mentioned, and always preferably you should take a 10% dropout rate and calculate your sample size and mention over there. Because if your sample size has some 96, okay, and there can be dropouts, okay, later on you can't add over there. So when you tell your statistician, see that you include with 10% drop off rate what will be your sample size and include in your thesis. You have to write down with 10% drop off rate taken, the sample size will be this, and how you have calculated your sample size. The formula has to be given over there. Okay, so that will add marks for your this thing, because it's a scientific reasoning, or it is just not a number given. Like someone puts 46, someone puts 76. So how have you derived to that particular number? The sample, how have you derived? So that sample formula and sample size needs to be included. Clear? Study setting. Where are you going to carry out your study? Okay. So are you going to do it in your own department, in hospital, tertiary, or in private, or in community setup, or in school thing? All that things need to be mentioned over there. Okay. Study setting has to be mentioned over there where you are going to carry, because that will show you whether it is feasible. Like tomorrow, if you are a student and something you want to carry out in community level, right? So are you going to get the leaves to carry out in community level, or is there any special permission you need to take to carry out your study? So all that things in the limited time duration, that will give you an idea, is it practical or no, whether I can carry it out or no. Okay. Then study period, gang chart. How many of you are aware about gang chart and are doing it? Have you heard about gang chart?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you following it?
Yeah, in certain areas.
Okay. So I would advise, see, this is one example of Gantt chart. So you can make your own Gantt chart. So you outline the activities, what is there on your left side, okay, till the time of your submission or your exam appearing. Write down the activities, what all steps are there. See that on your x-axis, you can make the time frame from the time you enter discussion with your guide, selection of the topic, till the time you submit the topic appear for exam. That can be done on x-axis, and y-axis can be all the activities. And you can just make a Gantt chart. Either you can make it in the same color, or for different activities you can use a different color. So what happened, it keeps us on trajectory. If we are too behind, it corrects us and guides us, and in the limited time frame we can finish our study. Okay. So I advise, it's better if you can attach a Gantt chart for your MUHS submission also. Then we have study design. So again, the blinding is done. Whether it's a case control, it's a systematic review, it's a correlational study. All this particular thing, study design has to be mentioned out over there. Then the ethics thing. Ethics lecture is done for you, or it is yet to be done.
Not yet done, ma'am.
Not now. Okay. So the ethics lecture. See, this today's lecture, what I'm conducting is just a summary of all the topics. Okay. So there will be 4 cardinal principles of ethics, which will be covered tomorrow. That has to be followed. So your study has to be ethical. So if tomorrow, if you're doing a randomized control trial, and there are 2 groups, okay, you just can't say, okay, this is like a standard, and why is your treatment? You just can't say, I took all the subjects and I enrolled in first subject. Okay, that is unethical. Clear here? So you have to say, I allotted the sample in 2 groups. So it can't be like one group is done entirely, and then you feel हाँ normal है वो मैं बाद में लूंगी, एक दिन में खत्म कर दूंगी. Okay, so that is unethical. Clear here? So very ethical. You have to show how are you going to put your samples into this thing by using a chit method, whatever it is. So ethics has to be followed. There are 4 cardinal principles which will be covered tomorrow. And very important is the consent form. You just can't stand and ask the patient, you have to take part in the study. You have to take a proper consent of the patient. So the consent forms are very, very important of the patient, and that has to be preserved in your record. The consent form has to be there, okay, and in patient information sheet. It has to be normally in English, but there are vernacular languages, Hindi and English, that needs to be taken. Okay, so this aspect has to be addressed in your IEC also. And when you write later on, this has to be added as your annexure for your ethics, for your MUHS submission. So your consent forms and your case report form and patient consent is very, very important. And again, if you're used any scales or you're taken intellectual property of someone, you have to ask for the permission. Like I've used a quality of life scale, okay, WHO. So normally I have to write an email and take the permission of them. Okay, I'm using it for academic purpose, or someone has devised a scale. Okay, XYZ has devised a scale, and I'm planning to use that scale in my study. So I need to write an email and take the permission of the same. And I may have to tell him that I'll be quoting you or giving you the due credit or the reference for it. Okay, I just can't pick up somewhere, copy it without his knowledge and use it. So these are all ethical aspects which have to be kept over there. Okay, so the ethics part is very, very important when you're carrying out a research study, and to avoid any query that will come from MUHS or the examiner side. And lastly is your inclusion and exclusion criteria. The willingness of the patient is very, very important. You can't force anyone. So willingness is very, very important of the patient. Second, when you write inclusion and exclusion criteria, I've seen the repetition of sentences. For example, inclusion is like females of age 40 to 60. That is the inclusion, for example. Then in exclusion, you will write males not to be included. Now, so it is understood something is included. Don't repeat the sentence in your exclusion symbol. So no overlapping of inclusion and exclusion criteria. So that has to be taken care when you're doing writing the inclusion. Any doubts in here? Should I go ahead? Okay, this is a gang
Yes,
chart.
ma'am.
Gang chart, what I showed you. Then we have operational definition. Anyone can tell me what do you mean by operational definition? Yeah. So operational definitions are basically your keywords. For example, if you're doing a study in hypertension, or study was based on hypertension, or your keyword is in hypertension, or like in yesterday's study, my keyword was does dental pain cause anxiety in children? Okay, so anxiety, dental pain. I have to define those operational definitions that you and the reader or the other people we are in the same level. Okay, so you have to define if my study is in diabetes or hypertension. You have to define the keywords with the definition and the references. These are known as the operational definition. And what are the factors that can cause it? So these are all operational definitions. Then study tool, like how are you going to measure the parameters? What all materials are you going to use it? Maybe you have to click a photograph. If you're going to use a BP machine, if you're going to use some walking distance scale, all that requirements have to be taken. And lastly is your study procedure. When and how are you going to measure that? For example, some of the objective thing you're going to do, like dental anxiety. So are you going to measure it at the start, at the end of 3 weeks, at the end of 6 weeks, at the end of 9 weeks, at the end of the study? Or it's only going to be 2 times, like, at the start and at the end. So that study procedure has to be written down. And where are you going to carry out your study? Then you enter the data. How are you going to enter the data? So patient, you have to make a sheet. Okay, master chart you have to make, which has to be attached to your MUHS thesis. Okay, and the patient identity should not be revealed over there. And lastly is your statistical method. How have you derived? So is it like a uh, normal curve, normal this thing, or is it like parametric test applied, non-parametric test applied, and which test have you done? And at the same time, you should be aware in exams or in this thing, they can ask you why particular test has been carried out. Is it between the groups, or is it comparing between the groups, or is it like a correlation coefficient? So you have to know if it's a parametric, non-parametric, what is confidence interval, what is p value. See, everyone talks about p value, but when asked, no one has an idea. Or confidence interval, no one has an idea. So all these things you have to understand and start reading about it. You have to know, even if you have given it to the statistician, what does that mean to you? You need to have a clarity of what does that signify, because these questions will be asked to you. Clear here? And last is the result. So you have to write down what is your result, and in your discussion you have to write down what do you think has attributed to that result. Now at times you don't have definite factors over it, so you may have to use a word like probably this has resulted in this thing, or our studies findings are in support with the study findings of so and so. So you give references over there also in the discussion. Then you have to understand the limitations of your study and recommendations. In short, you write down what are the limitations of your study and recommendations. Then you write down the conclusion. Finally, you're answering the answer of your aim. And lastly is your references, the superscripts. Check out again which style, Vancouver style, whatever is the requirement that has to be done properly, and all the annexure, that is patient information sheet, case report form, or any scales you have taken, all that has to be added over there. So this formulates your research protocol. Is it clear over here? Okay. So I thank you over here. Any doubts with the thing you have? Yeah. Any doubt? Yes, any doubts? Any one of you have?
Participants don't have any questions, so please feel free to ask over here.
And the research protocol, every institute or what you say, every fraternity will differ something. Each one of them will be differing. Either, some is expecting this here and there. So you have to adhere to what is being followed in your department. Okay, you have to follow the guidelines of your guide and the teacher and what is the prerequisite for MUTs. But normally this is IMRD format which has been taken. Introduction, methodology, results, okay, analysis and discussion. This is IMRAD format which has been taken in account. So it may be here and there, and normally for your scientific paper publication also these are the things considered. And if all ethical aspects are taken into account, if you have written your research protocol nicely, research protocol, half your scientific paper is already well this thing, and you just have to change of it into the journal requirement. So your publication becomes very, very simplified with a good ethical clearance, and it becomes a good quality research too. Any doubts, anything? Madam, should we stop over here, or because if they don't have any doubts, then I think either it is clear or they're not listening. Hello.
No, ma'am.
So any doubts
No,
anyone has?
ma'am.
So any queries, any doubts any one of you have?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and whenever whatever is your type of study, like if some of you if you're doing correlational study, or some of you are doing association study, or some of you are doing comparative study, always when you're in your process, try to take your senior's thesis to just go through it and get an idea of it. Because to write an introduction, see, no one gets ready with the first draft. Okay, everything is perfect. It requires a practice. When you write down something and you keep it, after 1 week, there'll be a lot of changes. By the time you come to discussion, again you will feel certain things needs to be changed in your introduction. And if you're going to involve any diagrams, so just don't take copy paste it from Google, okay, and copy paste. You have to give the reference and superscript to your Google also. You just can't copy paste. Okay, it becomes an intellectual property right. You can't say I've just taken it from Google, so I'm just pasting it over. You have to mention from where you have taken, and it has to come in your references, given the picture. Unless you have drawn it with your hand or any other. So should we stop over here, ma'am?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
आपल्याला जर का रेफरन्स यूज करायचे असेल तर प्रत्येक वेळेस आपल्याला परमिशन घ्यावी लागेल का त्यांची ऑथर?
नाही, परमिशन रेफरन्स साठी नाही. तुम्ही स्केल यूज करताय, कोणी स्केल डिव्हाइस केली आहे, जसं क्वालिटी ऑफ लाईफ आहे किंवा कुठून तुम्ही गुगल वरून स्केल घेताय त्या कोणी आउटकम मेजर्स साठी, तर तुम्ही फक्त उचलून नाही घेऊ शकत ते. आणि ते कोणाचं तरी मेहनतीचं काम आहे ना, डोक्याचं काम आहे, इंटेलेक्च्युअल प्रॉपर्टी आहे. You can land up in a problem. So always write to that person, author, ते त्यांचे रिसर्च पेपर असतं त्याच्यावर असतं. You have to email them and you have to tell them for academic purpose I'm using this, and the काय म्हणतात ना, credit or the reference will be given for it. So for example, XY समजा डॉक्टर प्रियानी काहीतरी स्केल केली आणि मी तिचा आर्टिकल वाचलाय and I want to use that scale for my research. So I'll write to Dr. Priya, I'm Dr. Vishaka so and so from this thing. and I want to like to use your scale for this purpose of my study. So I need your kind permission, and no misuse of the scale or the credit will be taken, and I'll give the due respect or the reference for your scale. So normally the academicians असतात, they will say की okay I permit, I give you the permission to use the scale. आणि मग मी ती स्केल वापरल्यावर मी माझं नाव नाही टाकणार, तिथे मी रेफरन्स करून डॉक्टर प्रियाचं नाव टाकणार की ओके तिचा पेपर मी घेतलेला. तर ती स्केल घेतल्या मी तिथे लिहिणार 3 नंबर 4 नंबर, आणि जेव्हा मी बिब्लिओग्राफी किंवा रेफरन्सला करते एंडला, तो 3 नंबर मध्ये डॉक्टर प्रियाचा पेपर असतो तिथे नाव. So if anyone checks, I show कि third superscript is related to the third paper of Dr. Priya. So I'm not taking the credit of someone else hard work over it. And I have the permission of someone, I have taken the permission of that person.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Certain conditions, we are not able to reach out to the person. In that case, can we just put the reference and utilize the article or the scales or the standard scales, whatever they are?
Case you always need to take a permission unless it is given free. But certain conditions, why you won't be able to? At least you have to put an email and show the proof that you have tried to reach out, no? To the person. Because see, from wherever you're taking that, just take the research article, there are the authors mentioned and the correspondences there. Okay, so you have to write down to name, and you can once find the college or you can phone up them also. Or even if it's from WHO or something, they always have a head office, Geneva, anywhere, where you can always contact them and they respond normally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, because that can lead up to a problem for you, conflict of interest later on. Any other doubts? Like even if you're taken from Survey Monkey, mention it over there in your references. Okay, you're taken some questionnaire, so it is from Survey Monkey. You just can't copy paste it. You have to give the due reference in the references. Okay, this is from Survey Monkey. Any other doubt? Any one of you have?
Hello, ma'am. Can we use the assistant for data collection, and what is the procedure for that?
You can use the assistant if it's a randomized control trial, then you have to do a blinding or you're doing a double blinding, okay? And you have to write over there in your methodology, it has to be mentioned. But that person shouldn't be aware. Like if you want to see the effect of 2 drugs, one is effective over, he shouldn't be aware who is in which group. He has to be blinded. So when you do a randomized control trial, you have to know the 3 conditions: randomization, blinding, okay, and
Yes.
control group has to be there. But that whoever assistant is there, he has to be blinded. He shouldn't be knowing who is in this group. Then he will be biased. Okay, this is working and this is more efficient over there. So in that methodology, you have to take how you have double blinded or blinded the method. That steps have to be mentioned over there. The need for the assistant and how does it justify for taking an assistant in your study.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything else? And make clear with the assistant you are taking. For again, tomorrow the publication issue comes. Who will be the author? Where will his name come? Or it will be just in the acknowledgement, because no conflict of interest should come over again. It has to be very clear. When you take your senior friends or colleagues, anything, you have to be very clear where will they standing be in the publication of the paper later. Or it can happen, he may also publish a paper with the same data you may also publish. So there can be like a plagiarism or 2 papers coming out.
Ma'am, can we take staff nurses in clinical area while performing experimental research?
Staff nurses for?
Staff nurses where they are
Hello?
working in the clinical area, can we take as an assistant?
You can take, you have to justify, and they have to be blinded. They shouldn't be aware. Okay, like tomorrow I'm a physiotherapist and I've devised a technique where I find this is more better than something which is already existing. And I take my friend, okay, and I tell her, okay, I'm doing this idea and I feel this is better. So I'm already making a bias. Okay. So she shouldn't know in which group what I'm doing and who are being allotted. If they are aware, then you're biasing the patient already.
Okay, ma'am.
So the assistant,
We
no,
need
they
to
should
take
be
prior
blinded.
permission from ethical committee
Yes, yes,
for the assistant.
that has to be taken. Yes, yes. That has to be
Okay.
mentioned in your methodology, and they'll ask you to justify, and you have to show that the blinding has been done over there.
Okay.
So blinding double, this is known as a double blinding, where the patients are not aware where they are going to be in which group, and your assistant is also not aware which patients are in which group.
Okay, fine. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Welcome. Any other doubts? Any other doubts are there?
Okay, ma'am. So I think no other doubts are there. So thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing time from your busy schedule yesterday also and today also to take sessions. So thank you so much, ma'am, on behalf of our college, our institute, our principal, ma'am. We would like to thank you for taking both the sessions wonderfully.
Thank you so
And
much. It was nice interacting with all of you. Okay, and thank you for. I think it's online is always difficult, coordinating with so many people. I think with COVID, we all
yes,
are
yes.
becoming expert, but it's always that end moment glitches or schedules of each and every one. And keeping the participants, interacting with the faculty. So it's a big task. So it's really a commendable for you to carry on. I'm seeing the hard work what all of you are putting in over there. It's a big thing. Thank you
Thank
for
you
the
so much, ma'am.
organization and your college also, okay, for giving this
Okay,
opportunity.
thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, one
Thank you.
request. Actually,
Yeah.
you have become the host now because of our technical issues. So can you make SMS SSPG on host?
Yeah, sure. Fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done. So
Thank
can I
you.
leave the
Yeah.
meeting?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much, ma'am,
much.
once again.
Thank you to all the participants also. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
So
you, ma'am.
participants, we will take a break of 5 minutes, and the other sir who is going to take the next session, he will join by 11:15. So be there, don't leave the meeting, don't leave the meeting, just take a break for 5 minutes.
फैमिली के साथ
So I hope all participants are there. So participants, you might have gone through the schedule. So there is a slight change in the schedule. Group activity we are going to take later of sampling, and before that we are going to take session on sampling methods and sample size first. And related to that, the group activity is there that will be followed immediately by after the session. So this is a small instruction for the participants, so don't get confused. Amit sir, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So good morning, sir.
Very good morning, ma'am.
So before starting the session, we would like to give brief introduction about you, sir. So over to you, Bhakti.
Thank you, ma'am. Our today's honorable speaker, Dr. Amit Bondre, sir, is MD, Sir is MD in Community Medicine. Sir has a rich experience as RMO at Kasturba Hospital, Mumbai, RMO at Nair Hospital in Department of Community Medicine, Medical Officer at MCGM as Administrative and Medical in charge. Sir is currently working with Department of Medicine at State Medical College and KM Hospital as an assistant professor. With good leadership and analytical skills, aspiring to work with organizations. We are privileged to have you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Amit Bondre, sir.
Thank you so much, Bhakti ma'am, for such a lucid introduction. And I thank all the organizing secretaries, chairpersons, and the people who have associated with this particular conference. An extremely important need of an hour for us to consider about the research. So once, there are so many people who will be engaged into research, or maybe who are trained into research, and so much of research will get on board specifically for our country. And then that will, as India is moving ahead and ahead on the global platform as far as the science is considered, and you must have also seen the new Google Doodle. The new Google Doodle, who's won by an Kolkata boy, tells that how India is leading the science which is taking place up front. And when we talk about science, we talk about research and peer-reviewed papers. And once India is leading from the front for the peer-reviewed papers and the journals and the research, these kind of research methodology workshop are going to be very, very important while we consider all these research taking place. Yeah, so I really congratulate all the organizers and people who have taken their efforts, high efforts in executing this conference. Yeah, so I shall start with, first of all, so this particular session is going to be divided into two parts. First, we'll talk about what is sampling, and once we understand about the sampling, we'll talk about what is the sample size, how to estimate that sample. So first of all, you see this. Yeah, okay. So my name is Dr. Amit Bondwe. I am working as an assistant professor at Department of Community Medicine, St. GS Medical College and KM Hospital. And yeah, so what are we going to see is will look at aims of the sampling, the concepts of the sampling, the methods of different sampling, the errors which we consider while considering the sampling, and we consider the sample size calculation. So first of all, definition. Okay, so basically what is sampling? It is just simple, in simple words, what you all, I can see many of you are females, so it's easier for you. You do it on a day-to-day basis. Can somebody tell me you do it on a day-to-day basis? Sampling. Most of the participants are females, so I guess that you are involved into it.
Well, cooking.
Exactly. Excellent. So in cooking, you do sampling. भात शिजलाय की नाही कसं पाहता? पूर्ण भात पाक खाऊन बघतो का आपण? नाही, 1-2 शितं घ्यायची. शितावरून भाताची परीक्षा. सॅम्पलिंग जमान्यापासून आपण करत आलोय. जेव्हा when we go for the groceries, तांदूळ कोणता घ्यायचा? बासमती घ्यायचा की कच्चा काय इंद्रायणी घ्यायचा की कालीमूज घ्यायचा की अजून काय घ्यायचा? हाऊ डू यू डू इट? पूर्ण कट्टाच्या कट्टा तपासता का? नाही, थोडासा घ्यायचा, वास घ्यायचा, ठेवून द्यायचं. सॅम्पलिंग. Okay, so basically the procedure by which some members of population are selected as the representative of entire population. तुम्हाला माहिती आहे, नुसता तो हाती नुसता त्याचा वास जरी घेतला तो you are going to know that the entire कट्टा, पूर्ण कट्टा हा पिण्यासारखा असला पाहिजे किंवा असणार आहे, खाण्यासारखा असणार आहे. So this is basically sampling. So forget about definition, तुम्हाला concept लक्षात येणं महत्त्वाचं आहे. Okay, so concept of representative. Whenever we talk about the sample, the basic concept of sample, it should be, as we've seen, that it should be representative of entire population. Representative of entire population. So that's why the representativeness is the most important criteria when you take the sample. Okay, it shouldn't be like, like for example, sometimes you might have observed, like when you go out on the signal, आणि आता स्ट्रॉबेरीचे दिवस चालू होतील, सो स्ट्रॉबेरी का दिन चालू हो जाएगा. ऑल ऑफ यू ऑल अंडरस्टँड मराठी, और समटाइम्स I prefer using Marathi in between. चालेल का?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, anyone who is not comfortable with Marathi, cannot understand Marathi, it's okay, right?
Sir, there are 2 to 3 are there. Not
Okay, so I'll prefer speaking in Hindi. Then see, when you go out and you stop at the signal, और सिग्नल पे रुकने के बाद स्ट्रॉबेरी वाला आ जाता है. ओके, और स्ट्रॉबेरी वाला लेने के बाद व्हाट यू सी फ्रॉम आउटसाइड, और मैंगोज वाले, स्ट्रॉबेरीज एंड मैंगोज के साथ ये होता है. ऊपर का जो लेयर रहता है वो एकदम प्रिटी लुकिंग रहता है, एकदम मस्त दिखने वाला आम या फिर मस्त दिखने वाला स्ट्रॉबेरी, और अंदर घर जाके तुम देखते हो, मम्मी को बोलते हो या फिर घर पे बच्चे लोग को बोलते हो, व्हाटएवर whichever age group you are belonging to, and you open it up, and at the top layer is extremely beautifully और टेस्टियर स्ट्रॉबेरीज और मैंगोज you'll see, लेकिन नीचे पूरा सड़ा हुआ आम निकलेगा. ओके, सो व्हाट, इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? It is telling you that the sample which you tested or which you saw was not the representative of the entire population. आपने entire population क्या था? पूरा सड़ा हुआ आम नीचे, लेकिन ऊपर वाला अच्छा वाला. So that is the very basic thing which you have to consider while taking a sampling, that each of the person or each of the sample which you have taken should be representative of the entire population. Sabka whatever representation should have been there. Yes, so that's the most important. So representation matlab kya? It should be representative of the time, it should be representative of the place, it should be representative of the persons. Okay, so again the same example, if I want to give the representative of the place. Okay, so if you take an take a carrot of good mangoes, two dozen mangoes or 5 dozen mangoes, and some of the mangoes are genuinely Ratnagiri or Devgarh Hapus. Okay, but some of the mangoes might not be that Ratnagiri or Devgarh, usme mix kiya hua rahega, they could be of Raigad Hapus or they could be of Karnataka Hapus. ऐसे होता है, no? But so that is what, so it should be the representative of the population according to the place also. Whatever sample you are going to select, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि your study is focusing on the entire Maharashtra, but you have done only that study into an urban area. Cities का proportion ज़्यादा है, rural का proportion कम है, but actually rural population is more than city population, right? So it shouldn't be like that, that that difference shouldn't be there. Okay, that is the place. Now we'll come to that. Now we'll come to the time. So what time is? Seasonality. It should be of the season, it should be of the day of the week, and it should be pertinent to the time of the day also. Like for an example, some diseases are seasonal variation. What disease? If you have seasonal variation, if you take the sample size for suppose any viral infections like now measles. So if you try to take the sample size of measles in the month of monsoon seasons, the measles cases will be low. Okay, so that is not an ideal. So what you should have done, you should consider the seasonality also. You should consider the day of the week also. Like, if you want to do a study on road traffic accidents. Okay, so if you want to do a study on road traffic accidents, now you have to select the samples on considering each day of the week. Okay, because the road traffic accidents are maximum on Saturdays. People drink and drive, isn't it? So that should be considered in the concept of representative. And finally, the concept of persons. Each person of each age. Suppose if you are studying a sample, you are studying a population of 18 to 60, entire age group. So each of the age group should get representative into your consideration. Okay, if you are considering a sample size of only pregnant females of 21 to 25 years of age. So in that case, even that 21 to 25 should have the equal representation of 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Each of the age should get each equal representation. Now sex. Each gender should be equally distributed in your study. ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए कि out of 10 males only, out of 100 sample size, only 10 males are there, or 90 females are there. Okay, or vice versa. So that should be no. So representativeness should be considered. Yeah. So now when we talk about any sampling methods, now we'll talk in the upcoming slides. It will have one sampling unit. Okay, then it will be a sampling frame, and then third is sampling scheme, like the method by which you are taking the sample. Understood? So first we'll talk about the sampling unit. Sampling unit मतलब क्या? जिसको भी तुमने select किया. Okay, so the sampling unit can be the person. Okay, sampling unit can be the household. Please understand, sampling unit can be household. Sampling unit can be organ. Okay, so like hand wounds, feet wounds, it can be breast carcinomas, it can be IOLs, implants, intraocular implants. Those individual can be samples. Okay, sometimes the stent can be samples. Like for an example, I'll give you a very basic example. Like MI होने के बाद, if myocardial infarction patient comes with that myocardial infarction, और फिर myocardial infarction होने के बाद, there are patients who are stented. Same patient will be stented 2 times or 3 times or 4 times. 4 stents are there in the body. Or you want to check with the performance of individual stent. So that in that case, the sampling unit will be that stent, not the person. Understand? Okay, so you have to consider. So sampling unit can be the person, it can be the family, entire household, it can be some variable in that person also. Okay, so suppose you are considering intraocular lens, एक आंख में एक टाइप का बैठा है, एक आंख में दूसरा टाइप का, टाइप इन द सेंस कंपनी का बैठा है, and you want to compare. So those two units or two lenses are different from each other. Okay, so that's basically sampling unit. Okay, sampling frame, the list of all the sampling units. What is a sampling frame? Is the list, whatever. So like for an example, if you go to the community, if you are doing it in the community का एक पूरा उनका whatever line list, it is available probably with the, so suppose if you want to do it in a village, so उस village में कितने लोग रहते हैं उसका एक line list हर ग्राम पंचायत में होता है. So that line list, that entire line list is basically the sampling frame. Okay, if you are conducting a study in a school, okay, so school का जो भी पूरा attendance sheet होता है. So like for an example, I want to check the total duration of screen time amongst the nursing students. If I want to do that, दिन में कितना time social media screen time है, उसमें से social media पे कितना time बिताते हो. So if I want to do that, the sampling frame will be entire attendance sheet of the nursing students or entire roll call. Okay, so that's sampling frame. If you want to do it in an hospital में कर रहे हो तो hospital का admission indoor papers जितने भी indoor admissions है, वो जो MRD के पास medical record department के पास जो भी data है, that will be the sampling frame. Understand this meaning of the sampling frame? Yes, I hope you understood. And then the sampling scheme. Like for an example, इस frame में से तुम कैसे pick करने वाले हो? How, what is the method which you are going to adopt? So क्यों sample क्यों करना है population को? जाओ करो यार, go to the community, get an entire community screened. No, why to screen only a small population? पूरा का पूरा क्यों नहीं कर सकते? Reason is simple. पूरा का पूरा भात खा, पूरा का पूरा राइस खा के can we do we have to judge whether it is boiled or not? No, it does not need. Okay, अगर तुम ही पूरा खा लोगे तो बाकी लोगों के लिए क्या बच जाएगा? So no need. So you take a very small. So because feasibility. So first is feasibility, because you it is not feasible for, sometimes it's not extremely feasible every time to study the entire community. Okay, so get information from the large population. So when the population is large, when you want to see that the entire 20 kilos or 50 kilos of rice, how it is being done, then in that case you have to take a smaller population. If you study efficiency, okay, if you want to make your study very efficient, अगर सबका सब करने जाओगे, if you try to be jack of all and king of none, then it will be difficult. You will be landing up in troubles, because you might not have enough participants, enough people to execute your problem. Okay, or so that's why efficiency is a problem. And then accuracy. Okay, if you take the sample, छोटा sample के साथ अच्छा करो, उन्हीं के साथ अच्छा study करो, and then in that case the accuracy will increase. If you keep the sample size very huge, then it might be difficult to get the accurate results. Okay, so that's why obtain more accurate information. So that's why we do the samples. So sample survey is defined as a study involving the subset. Okay, general population you want to know is about the target population, because you are not going to take an entire, you target it. Then part of the target population is sample. Whatever target you want to do, that is a sample. I've already told you about sampling frame. Yeah, so you know what is the population. So this is an entire population. Okay, and what is the sample? See, how do you select the sample? So you have an entire population, then you go around. Okay, you see the entire population, and then finally you select some part of the target population. Okay, this is how is basically the sampling. So the sampling, once you understand the sampling, I think these mean, proportion, variance, and standard deviation terms you are already familiar with in case of a data presentation. But ultimately, what you want to measure in a population is, like for example, as I told you, that if I want to see that mean screen time, दिन में कितना घंटा मोबाइल इस्तेमाल करते हो, if I want to see that amongst nursing students, that is the sample mean. What is the mean duration of hours spent on a mobile by nursing students. Average kitna hai with a standard deviation of, like for example, at an average, a nursing student spends 3 hours screen time every day plus minus 30 minutes. Plus 30 minutes is the standard deviation. Okay, proportion. Abhi proportion is what on the similar population, how we can do the proportion? कितने लोग 1.5 घंटे से ज्यादा करते हैं. Okay, mean अगर 3 घंटा है, so some of them will be spending only half an hour, some of them are spending 4 or 5 hours, some of them are spending only 2 hours, so that will be mean. But proportion, if I want to make a proportion of the same, how would I do? How many are spending more than 1.5 hours every day on the mobile? Screen time of more than, screen time is basically everything. You understood screen time? Screen time matlab mobile, TV, laptop, computer, tab, sab kuch, everything is screen time. Kitna screen time? Some of them are spending 1.5 hours, some of them are spending 4.5 hours. So if I want to make it into a proportions, how many are spending 1.5? How many are spending more than 1.5? That's a proportion. Okay. And from this, extrapolations can be made for the entire population. Okay. So if I want to do the nursing students ka study, I'll select only a smaller sample. 25 first year se le liye, 25 second year se le liye, 25 third year se le liye, 25 fourth year se le liye. Okay. Actual pura college mein nursing
Okay, so only have 1,000. Yeah. Can you use me? Sorry, can you hear me?
yes sir, yes sir.
Yeah, because there is a technical thing. My Bluetooth got disconnected. Anyways, so so that's why you need a summary statistics. So why all this summarize, ultimately you summarize this and you extrapolate. Okay? The mean screen time of nursing students is 3 hours plus and minus 30 minutes. So then you extrapolate, 30 minutes, 3 hours is way too much. Okay, so you can, maybe adopt some different ways how you can reduce the screen time. Yeah, so sample is what you can see here is entire thing. It can be characterized by infinite population. Okay, so sampling can be infinite and it can be finite. Infinite matlab entire community, pura world. You don't know. Like if you want to do a sample study on an entire Mumbai, so that's basically a infinite size. Finite size, smaller area. Mumbai में करना है, लेकिन only Santa Cruz का east में करना है, Santa Cruz west में करना है, या फिर कोई धारावी में करना है. Only are smaller. Or if you want to do it only in the hospital. Hospital is a finite population. Finite is infinite. N number, you don't know the number. Finite, you exactly know the number, or very smaller population. So wherein you can actually measure the parameters. Okay, and ultimately, even if you think about infinite or finite, what is the final thing is it should be whatever sample you get, it should be representative of the population. Infinite raho ya finite raho, the sample should be representative. You understand? Do you all understand the concept of representativeness? That means whatever sample, whatever entire population you have, that the sample should be replica of the entire population. Okay. Nowadays you get those small replicas, like bada car ka chota replica, but the features or the smaller things are exactly like the same. Okay, so those are, that sample is that small replica of a bigger car. Okay, या फिर if you see those figurines, small figurines, Thor or Spider-Man, those smaller toys, it's a replica of that bigger toy. So it can be like that. So that's basically concept of sample. Okay, so there is a possibility that you can take several sample also. Once there is a possibility that you can take only one sample, or you can take repeated samples out of a population, just because each and every time you take a different population, it can give you a different cohort or a different group of people. So there is a possibility that several samples can be taken. And then once you take those several samples, their distribution is called as a sampling distribution. Okay. So sampling distribution can be like, this is the population mean, whatever population you are considering, this is their mean. Okay, this is this is a population mean, and sample mean can be somewhere here. So this is the entire distribution, like population mean is this at the center. Okay, but the sample mean can be anywhere between this entire distribution. Okay, this is called as sampling distribution. Okay, understood? So according to the population, how do you know the population mean? Basically, जो census होता है, have you heard of census? Census, NFHS data, has anyone heard? Basically, all the national sample surveys, all the surveys which are taken place at national levels, okay, uska mean is population mean. That's how you get the population mean. Where do you get the population mean and proportions? All the national websites, okay, all the national, there's an organization called as NSSO, National Sample Survey Organization. What it does, it continuously surveys, continuously collects the data from on various health related statistics, other demographic statistics, and it tells us that what is the distribution. Okay, what is the birth rate, what is the death rate, what is the infant mortality rate. So infant mortality rate, for an example, if in or maternal mortality rate in India, I suppose entire nation's rate is now 31 per 1 lakh. So now if you want to take what is your sample mean, your maternal mortality rate in your hospital could be corresponding to that. Okay, so that's in your hospital or your city or your ward is a sample mean. Whatever is the figures given by NSSO or NFHS, National Family Health Survey. Okay, these are the rounds of NFHS are taking place. We have just finished the round 6 of NFHS. So these are surveys which are taking place at national level. So on those basis, you take this, you get the population mean, and then with that you compare your sample mean. Yeah, and these sample means are the standard normal curves. This comes under data presentation. Okay, so when you understand, when you learn data presentation or how the data can be presented, it's a standard normal curve or something called as bell-shaped curve. Okay, you must have heard this term called as bell-shaped curve. So this is how usually the population behaves. Okay, there are some cases who are extremes. Okay, and there are quite a few cases, large number of cases. 66% of the people who are following in the middle. Okay, this is a standard normal curve. So basically, validity and reliability of these extrapolations depend on how well the sample has been chosen. Okay, if you want to comment anything about the results of the population, whichever variables you are considering, whether it is death rate, whether it is mortality, COVID mortality hai. So like for example, COVID mortality, national mortality was 1 to 2%, but in KM it was very high because we were admitting only severe cases. Okay, in some centers which was a smaller center or only daycare centers like COVID facilities, jumbo COVID facilities or other smaller hospitals, unka mortality was less because they were taking all type of hospital. So suppose in that case, if you just comment about the mortality at KM hospital, it will not be the generalizable. Yes, because we were only admitting the critical cases, severe cases. So the generalizability and validity and reliability of this comments or conclusions or extrapolations depends on sample size only. So suppose while you are considering mortality of COVID, and if you only take the data from home isolation, okay, home isolation patients, will that be an entire population in case of mortality? No, because you're taking only home isolation. So in that case, you have to take samples from each and every aspect. Okay, either you can go into the community and take, or you go to hospitals and take their data, whatever you want to do. But it ultimately depends on how sample was chosen. Okay, if you choose and if you keep bias, we'll see that what exactly is bias. But if you are biased, that nahi, main to bas home isolation patients ka hi lunga. Ya fir, if you say that no, I am only going to take KM hospital, then in that case also you can take KM hospital, but you have to mention that only critical patients admitted at KM hospital. So that is a condition which you have to mention. Okay, so this is then like, so this is a small example which will tell you that how exactly the thing can be done. So if Ministry of Health, okay, of country wants to determine the proportion of children of elementary school who have been immunized against the childhood infectious diseases. So basically we want to know that what is the proportion of children who are immunized. So basically a vaccination survey. कितने लोगों ने OPV लिया, कितने लोगों ने DPT लिया, कितने लोगों ने BCG लिया. No, so a country wants to do that. So administrative reason, the task must be completed in 1 month. Within 1 month, the patient, because see, you can't just spend weeks and weeks together or months together just to do an entire survey of a country. India ka survey karne jayenge to agli ho jayenge, so much of population. Even if it's a smaller city, like smaller country like Singapore, the Singapore mein bhi karna hai, to you have limitations, you have time limitations. So in that case, you want to take a sample only. You can't, go to house to every child and take the sample. You have to take sample. You are going to go house to house, but not of every child. You will determine that which houses are you going to go. So in that case, that house or household is a unit. So the major objective of the sample is to estimate the proportion of children who have been immunized for childhood diseases. Okay, so objective ultimately is you want to just see that how many of them have been immunized. Okay, so in such case, how do you go about it? You will not ask each and every child. Okay, what you can do is maybe select a community, whose community ka just go to the health post of that community and get the data. Okay, or maybe if you want to make it more varied, so you take some houses from the high-rise community. Okay, buildings में से कुछ sample ले लो, कुछ sample chawl में से ले लो, कुछ sample slum में से ले लो, and then you can ultimately execute that the proportion of the childhood diseases. Okay, then see, once you take the sample size, you want to measure the parameters. Okay, you want to know their proportions, you want to know their mean. Okay, you want to know their mean sugar levels, like mean sugar levels of the entire population, or what was the mean blood pressure of an entire population. So if you want to measure these terms, how do? You have to have a precision, and that precision is called as confidence interval. Interval matlab, what is an interval? From one point to another point. So 11 baje se 2 baje lecture बाद में. So how do you know that interval? What is an interval? Okay, confidence interval. When you want to understand the term of confidence interval, what is an interval? Interval is basically that, suppose if you want to, if you have gone to a movie of 12 baje se 3 baje. So what is an interval? Interval is of 3 hours. Understand? 12 noon, 3 p.m. 12 se 3. या 6 से 9 का movie. 6 से 9. What is the interval? 3. Okay, from 6 to 9. So that is interval. And what is confidence interval? ऐसे interval पे जिस पे तुमको confidence हो. क्या confidence है? That this sample is drawn or this sample is representative of the population. That's your confidence. And that's why it is not, that's why it is called as confidence interval. But if I just want to make you understand the concept of confidence interval. So what is confidence interval? That whatever data you have drawn from the population is representative of the population. And when you say, you must have heard this term that 95% confidence interval. मतलब क्या? आपका 95% confidence है कि those data, whatever sample you have selected, is falling between those 2 intervals only, what you have decided. Because the population mean is going to give you the 2 interval. Mean bhi rahega, whatever mean you have withdrawn. So between that, the values are going to fall. So मैं ऐसा बोलता हूँ, मैं 100% sure हूँ. I'm 100% sure that so you can say that I'm 100% sure कि ये पक्का हो के ही रहेगा. But here you can't be 100% sure that it will be representative of the population only. There could be some error. So you consider that error as 5%. And other 95%, you are 100% you're 95% confident that the sample which you have withdrawn is representative of the population. That's what is called as precision. Yeah. So how well the sample is depends on the precision. Okay, so it can be increased by sample size. If you have a larger sample size, you are going to have a larger proportion, because that will make sure that the sample is 100% or maximal percentage of the population. It is a representative of the larger is the sample size, better is the study. Okay, यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं है क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी का डिफरेंस. नो, हम लोग यूजुअली क्या बोलते हैं, क्वालिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो जाता है. इफ यू इंक्रीज द क्वांटिटी, द क्वालिटी गोज डाउन. यहाँ पे उल्टा है. If you increase the sample size, your quality of the precision is increasing. Okay, so if you want to make sure that your sample size is larger, then you have to increase the sample size. Like for an example, if you just this pointer is going. Yeah. So precision is increased by the sample size. If you have a mean here, okay, and lower limit here and upper limit here, and if you have taken the larger sample size, because this will go like this. Yeah, so if your sample size is larger, your bell-shaped curve will be like this, right? This will be, and then you will get more sample size, and then ultimately, because the sample size is more, your precision will also be higher. If you have a smaller sample size, your bell-shaped curve will be smaller and the precision will be smaller. Even if you have a smaller sample size, again the bell-shaped curve will be even smaller. Okay, and then precision will go down. Okay, because it will not be representative of the population. So precision is basically width of the confidence interval. Okay, so width is, if the width is more, the confidence interval is going to be, if the width of the population or width of the confidence interval is higher, the precision is higher. Yeah, so how do you estimate the precision? You have to estimate in terms of probability. What is the probability of the person which you are selecting? What is their probability of getting selected? Okay, so if their probability is 100%, okay, in that case, every member will have an equal chance of representation. Okay, you want equal chance to be given to entire population, because ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए कि अरे sir मेरा chance ही नहीं आया. That's why you select randomly. Okay, like for an example, if you select, sometimes in your student days, or some of you might are students already, and your teacher selects some students for some activity in the community or some extracurricular activities. So usually your teacher handpicks the students, and in that point of time, क्या करते हैं, usually handpicking नहीं होना चाहिए. Favorable, जैसे for an example, I'll give you a very good example. Suppose you're playing cricket you must have played cricket or any team game in your childhood. Okay, so childhood में जब team game करते थे, you just, and if you are made captain of a team, तब क्या होगा, captain बोलने के बाद, और then आपको बोला गया कि नहीं, इस तेरे ऊपर है भाई, तेरे ऊपर है कि तेरे को जो लेने का है वो ले. पहले 2 कैप्टन है और एक कैप्टन को फ्री हैंड दे दिया कि जो तुझे लेना है वो ले. ओके, वो तो अच्छे प्लेयर सेलेक्ट कर लेगा. हाँ, तो बुरे प्लेयर का या फिर, तो इसका मतलब है सबका सिलेक्शन का जो प्रोबेबिलिटी वो सेम हुआ क्या? नहीं, वो अच्छे प्लेयर का प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा है, जो अच्छा प्लेयर नहीं है उसका प्रोबेबिलिटी कम है सेलेक्ट होने का. तो फिर हम लोगों ने क्या किया, क्या करते थे, फिर 2-2 करके जोड़ी करके, so that there's the equal chance of 50% chance of getting selected. Okay, only 50%. So 50% is very high, 5% chance of getting selected. उसके आगे फिर क्या कर सकता है, फिर बोलेंगे नहीं चिट्ठियां करो कि जो चिट्ठी उठाएगा, okay, जो जिसके नाम की चिट्ठी उठाएगा वो उसकी टीम में जाएगा. Randomization. Okay, so you are trying to reach to a probability of getting selected, equal selection. कोई भी चिट्ठी उठाएगा तो किसी की टीम में भी कोई भी फॉल हो सकता है, isn't it? So that's how you make the make sure that every member of the team or every member of the entire population has equal chance of getting selected, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their skills, their age, their economic, socio-economic class, everybody will be selected. Agar sab log अच्छे से select हुए, then only their results can be replicated to the population. Understand? If you want to do a diabetic study, and if you are just taking this because you say that no, diabetes is a disease of affluent class, or I will take only the sample from Lilavati hospital. Not done. You have to take. So आपको तो ऐसा आ जाएगा कि diabetes लीलावती hospital का diabetes ज़्यादा है और या prevalence 50% है because वहाँ पे सब affluent class के लोग आते हैं, है ना? So there is a possibility that it will not be a representative of a entire population, isn't it? So that's why the estimation of the population is important, estimation of the precision is important, and that precision you will use to estimate the sample size. Okay, so you want to be precise. How precise you want to be? I want to be 100% precise. Then in that case, your allowable error will be less. Okay, kitna error aap rakhoge? That is a precision. So if you want to keep error of 5%, then you are making sure that your precision is 95%. If you are keeping error of only 1%, you are making sure that your precision is 99%. So that's how you estimate the precision. Yeah. Then there is a second point, something called as validity, absence of systematic error. So if your results are valid, what do you mean by your results are valid? That whatever you wanted to measure, exactly the same thing you have measured. Okay, तुमको height measure करना था, सबका तुमने height ही बराबर लिया. You wanted to measure weight, you have measured weight only. You wanted to measure number of days of menstrual cycle, you have measured that. So that's a validity of the validity of sampling. Okay, so if you are not doing any errors, your results are more valid. If you minimize the errors, the validity of the results will be more. Okay, what do you mean by minimizing error? Increase the precision. Okay, so that way you can increase the validity. Because agar tum mistakes karoge, agar, like for an example, if your guide or your teacher knows that this person is going to make less mistakes, then the validity, your validity increases. Okay, and then validity depends on the study design and sampling frame. If your sampling frame is larger, okay, your validity is higher. Okay, if your sampling frame is smaller, then your validity goes low. Okay, so this is, so suppose if this is your sampling frame, okay, and your 5%, and this is the 5% circle, this is the, and this is the 10% circle. This is the 1% circle, suppose. Okay, this is 1%. Okay, 1% of the people are going to fall here. So what is validity and what is precision? Precision is this. Okay, or precision is all are hitting at 1%. What is validity? All the arrows are hitting only 5%. ऐसा नहीं कि 5 एक arrow is some of the people are falling in 5%, some of the people are falling in 10%, some of the people are falling in 1%. ऐसा नहीं. So this is valid and precise. This is precise. Okay, precise है कि एक all are withdrawn from the same type of population. Okay, but not valid because you wanted to measure here. Okay, you want to study this population you wanted to study, but you have studied something else. So this things are precise but not valid to that particular population. Now this precision is lacking here. Okay, like for example, you are studying, you are taking sample from the entire population. Okay, you have correctly taken the sample from an entire population, pura population se le liya, but it is not precise. You wanted to keep an error of only 1% or 5% for that matter, but you have taken 10% also error. So that means you are not precision. So precision is missing here, and here not valid, not precise. So you wanted to measure, neither you are measuring from this population. Okay, neither you are measuring what was told you to measure. You are told to measure here, if at all, but you have short otherwise. So that's why it is there. So this is basically a bias. Okay, you wanted, suppose what is a bias? Like you will say that you want to determine the prevalence of hypertension in the entire study, but ultimately you will end up taking only the people who are obese, because obesity will lead to hypertension. Or suppose you wanted to study the incidence of myocardial infarction or heart cardiovascular diseases. So you know that all the people who are obese are going to be cardiovascular. So what you do is, I'll select the only the people who are obese, because unme to hoga hi na. So that's wrong. That's wrong. That's true. That's not true. That false way of doing it, doing the way you wanted to do it. Okay, so you truth is important. So what is a truth? A small sample that gives a true estimate of a target population, okay, is better than the big survey that gives a small estimate, false estimate. So whatever sample you withdraw, if you withdraw in a correct manner, okay, in a correct sampling frame, in a correct sampling scheme or method, you are going to get the best of it. And how do you assure validity? If your study design is good, okay, if your the methodology is good, if you have trained your interviews in a best way, and whatever study you are doing, you are making the quality check. सब पूरा फॉर्म भरा कि नहीं भरा, इंटरव्यू अच्छे से किया कि नहीं किया, या फिर ऐसा होता है कि कभी कभार तुम इंटरव्यू करने जाते हो और फिर वो जो भी स्टडी पार्टिसिपेंट है वो बोलता है मैडम फटाफट ले लो, सर फटाफट ले लो, मेरे को 2 मिनट में जाने का है, और ऐसे ही टिक टिक करके चला जाता है. अभी जैसे कल का पता नहीं फीडबैक तुम लोगों ने कितना क्वालिटी फीडबैक दिया. At the end of every day probably you must be getting a feedback, या फिर 3 दिन के बाद तुम लोग को फीडबैक मिलने वाला है. तो जल्दी जल्दी जाने के चक्कर में आधे लोग तो सवाल पढ़ते ही नहीं है, बस गुड 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 करके निकल आते हैं. No, so that is not a good quality. Okay, quality assurance, आपको when you do a good quality, you have to assure the quality also. Yeah, then you have to plan and implement a sample survey. If you want to do a survey, do it in a community, a sample you want to select, you have to plan. So plan is basically क्या करने वाले हो, community में जाने वाले हो, सब घर पे you are going to visit all houses, या फिर you are just going to go to the hospital, जितने भी OPD में patient आएंगे उनको लेने वाले हो, या फिर patient के relative लेने वाले हो, या फिर only you are going to take indoor patients only. So that's your sampling plan. Okay, and then once you have decided that I am going to do the sample plan, whatever sampling you have decided, then you have to estimate the procedure. Okay, how do you estimate? So there are statistical formula or there are mathematical formula by which you have to estimate the sample size. कि कितने लोग को लेना है, मुझे पता है. Okay, मुझे पता है कि आज या 1 महीने में suppose you want to study that कितने लोगों को कोविड के सिम्टम्स अभी भी आ रहे हैं. Okay, so where will you go? You'll sit in an OPD. Okay, और OPD में लेकिन सब थोड़ी ना OPD में जाके बैठ के I want to take only patients with cough cold fever और उनका मैं कोविड का टेस्ट करने वाला हूँ. That's your sampling plan. अरे लेकिन कितने लोग का करोगे? सबका तो नहीं करते बैठोगे. अगर वापस सबका करते बैठेंगे तो nowadays you don't do test COVID for each and every cough cold. Do you do it? No, nowadays we are not doing it. Earlier, during the pandemic time, every cough and cold were selected. वहाँ पे sample नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन now you are doing a research. Okay, now you want to know that how many are still presenting with the COVID symptoms. So you will select only a smaller size. Okay, and the choice of sample design will be a collaborative effort between the statistician and epidemiologist. So sample design क्या करने वाले हो? Whether you want to do a simple random sampling, we'll see that the types of sampling, simple random करने वाले हो, कौन सा sampling आप use करने वाले हो is dependent on your study design, and the epidemiologist or statistician will help you to do that. Okay, so वो सबसे पहले. So if you have some topic in your mind, make sure that you visit your statistician or epidemiologist. So now there are 2 types of sampling. Okay, कैसा करने का है, randomly करना है या फिर whatever you want to do, 2 types of sampling. Either you can do a non-probability sample or you can do a probability sample. No, the word is self-explanatory. Probability and non-probability. Probability matlab, what is probability? That the person or the sample which you are withdrawing has got equal probability or equal chance. Probability is equal to chance, equal chance of getting selected. But in non-probability, every person in the community does not have the equal chance of getting selected. Okay, that is the non-probability or probability. Okay, so every person is selected. यहाँ पे क्या क्या है, यहाँ पे bias हो सकता है, scenarios change हो सकते हैं, time और resource constraint जब होते हैं, then you do the convenient non-probability sampling or convenient sampling. Okay, and when you want to be sure, or when you want your study to do best and you want to be more precise, as I told you, sample size precision पे depend करता है, and you want your results to be valid, you have to go with a probability type of sampling. So what is the different types of probability sampling? And do either random sampling. Okay, it removes the possibility of bias. Bias हटा जाएगा, because there is a sometimes bias रहेगा कि यार उतना ही ग्रुप को लेते हैं, उसमें अपने को अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलेगा. No, you can't do that. Okay, so that is a bias. Okay, so that bias will be removed by sampling. Each subject has known probability of being chosen and allows application of statistical results. Okay, when you use the probability sampling, you can use the statistical test also. Okay, so basically, if you have done the sampling, ऐसा नहीं कि the universal sampling other method जिससे करते उसको statistical test use नहीं कर सकते, but when you know that you are doing a sampling in a probability way, the statistics also is application easy. Then what is sampling error? Sampling error is usually that margin जहाँ पे the person is probably not the part of the group. Possibility that he is not the part of the group. गलती से mistake हो गया या फिर गलती से उसको select कर लिया. That's a sampling error. It can, but what is our aim? To keep that error minimized. Okay, and it can be mentioned as standard error of mean. And what is the function of sampling error? It will tell us the sample size, because for the sample size, we'll see the formulae. The sampling error is important. कितना error तुम रखने वाले हो, 5%. जितना minimize error रखोगे, उतना sample size बढ़ के आएगा. And that's why that error part is always in the denominator. Okay, because जितना error minimize करोगे, the numerator, okay, the answer will be higher. अगर 100 को 1 से डिवाइड करोगे या फिर 100 को 5 से डिवाइड करोगे तो 20 आएगा, 100 को 1 से डिवाइड करोगे तो 100 आएगा. सो जितना एरर वो आप कम रखोगे उतना वो आपके लिए एडवांटेज है. सो व्हाट आर डिफरेंट मेथड्स ऑफ प्रोबेबिलिटी? सिंपल रैंडम, सिस्टमैटिक, स्ट्रैटिफाइड, क्लस्टर, मल्टीस्टेज. We'll see them one by one. What is simple random? The principle. So we'll see all the methods in this fashion. Simple random has got equal chance of each statistical unit gets selected. Random है ना, रैंडम मतलब क्या, किसी का भी सिलेक्शन का चांस है. व्हाट इज द प्रोसीजर? बेसिकली उसमें सबको एक साथ एक लाइन में डाल दो. ओके, एक सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम बनाओ, लाइक फॉर एन एग्जांपल अ रोल कॉल, और इट कैन बी द लाइक हॉस्पिटल्स, इट कैन बी ओपीडी पेशेंट्स व्हिच हैव कम टू यू. उनका पूरा एक लाइन लिस्ट बना दो और उसको नंबर करो और रैंडमली उसमें से सेलेक्ट करो, है ना. एक आंख बंद करो, किसी एक नंबर पे रख दो. दैट्स प्रोसीजर. व्हाट इज द एडवांटेज? इट इज सिंपल. Okay, and what you need is basically a sampling frame, complete list. So what is simple random? सबको एक साथ ये किया, and out of that you are selecting some people. Okay, the ones in the red is a simple random. Then what is systematic sampling? Systematically जाने का है, randomization नहीं. Random होगा लेकिन systematic करोगे. So systematic मतलब क्या? कि every kth unit you will take. Like for example, आपके पास 100 बच्चे हैं, तो हर 5वां बच्चा आप लोगे, whatever, whether that so when you want to study the BMI of school going children, okay, so between standard 5th to 8th, okay, so आपको BMI करना है और सबके सब स्टैंडर्ड के सब डिविजन्स के बच्चों का रोल कॉल आपके पास है. And you have made a list of it. So how do you ensure? You don't know how which child is what. Okay, वो तो उसका classroom है. What you have is just the sampling frame. उनका roll call है. So उसमें से what you decide is सबको एक साथ एक line में डाल दिया, and then you just keep on going 5th. Okay. How do you calculate the K? Is calculate the sampling interval. It is called as sampling interval. So draw a number. Okay, draw every kth unit. So what you do is n divided by n. मतलब if the total number of children in the school are 1000, okay, and your sample sample size जो formula से निकाला है वो 100 है, okay, तो 1000 divided by 100 is equal to 10, है ना. So what you will do is you will pick up every 10th child. So this is k. K is equal to 10. K is equal to 10. So k is basically is equal to entire population, which is capital N, and divided by sample size desired, small n. Okay, so you can do that kth children. Okay, what are the advantage? Representativeness again, कोई भी select होने का chance है, ऐसा नहीं कि वही chance है, लेकिन dangerous if list has a cycle. Okay, so जैसे मैंने अभी if at all the list has a cycle like all divisions together, so कैसे रहेगा? कुछ division के बच्चे, फिर B division के बच्चे, C division के बच्चे, D division के बच्चे. So ऐसे अगर cyclical format में है, then there is a problem. But you have again randomized it, then in that case it's not a problem. Yes, so here is an example. So when you select the household, okay, you start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eighth house you are taking. Every 8th house. Okay, that's a systematic sample. Then stratified sample. Strata, matlab group of people. So that strata can be group of people, it can be age-related group of people, only stratified. So you want to make sure that I am going to take only the females between 9 to 1. Okay, utna hi lena hai. Females between 9 years of age to 11 years of age, pre-adolescent group. Okay, only that strata. Or people staying only in west area of Mumbai, west side ke log lene bas. Ya fir people only South Bombay. बस that's it.
क्लासला जाऊन भेटत
कोणत्या
स्मिता पोस्ट
का बरं
पेशीट संदर्भ पेशीट म्हणजे तुमच्याकडे पेमेंट संदर्भ
ओके चल थँक्यू
त्याच्यात तुम्ही लेटर क्रेडिट दिलेत ना मागे स्पेशल संदर्भ सॉफ्टवेअर अजून जाऊन भेटत
चालेल ठीक sorry for that. Okay, so strata, this is strata or geographic area is a strata, बस इसी कॉलोनी का लोग लेना है, so that's a strata. What is the advantage? It's focus, more precise. Okay, तुमको स्टडी करने के बस वही स्पेसिफिक ग्रुप, यू आर ओनली गोइंग टू टेक दैट. देन सैम्पलिंग एरर इज डिफिकल्ट टू मेजर. पता नहीं कि सैम्पलिंग एरर कैसे मेजर करोगे, कितने लोग आउट ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन आए, यू डोंट नो. एंड लॉस ऑफ प्रिसिजन इज लॉस्ट. What is stratified sampling? Okay, so determine vaccination. So usually stratified sampling is used in case of vaccination. Okay, to determine vaccination in a country, one sample is drawn from each region. अगर तुमको वैक्सीनेशन का सर्वे करना है, स्ट्रैटिफाइड सैम्पलिंग इज एन आइडियल. सो जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल महाराष्ट्र से कुछ लोग ले लिए, ओके, एंड यूजुअली इट इज रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल अगर पूरा इंडिया का पॉपुलेशन अगर 100 करोगे एंड यूपी इज द मोस्ट पॉपुलर स्टेट एंड यूपी हैज 30% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन, ओके, ऑफ द एंटायर इंडिया, तो यूपी में से वैक्सीनेशन चाइल्ड होने वाले ओनली उसी प्रोपोर्शन में तुमको लेने हैं. So अगर 100 के 30% is population of representative of entire India, मतलब इंडिया में के 30% लोग यूपी में रहते हैं, ओके, एंड महाराष्ट्र में 20% लोग रहते हैं, ओके, एंड यू आर टारगेटिंग 100 और सर सपोज यू आर टारगेटिंग 1000 एज अ सैंपल साइज. तो ऐसा नहीं कि एंड यू आर टारगेटिंग 20 स्टेट्स, ओके, so 20 divided by 1000 is 50. तो ऐसा नहीं कि हर स्टेट से 50 लेना है. No, that doesn't mean that. What you have to do, proportionate you have to take. So अगर महाराष्ट्र के 20% लोग हैं entire इंडिया में, तो you will take only 20% of 1000, whatever 20% is that. Okay, so महाराष्ट्र से तुम 200 ले लोगे, and गोवा के बस 5, गोवा is only 5%. Okay, so गोवा से 50 नहीं लोगे sample, you will take only गोवा से 50 हो जाएगा. अंडरस्टूड? गोवा से 50 ले लोगे. इफ देयर इज इवन स्मॉलर स्टेट लाइक सिक्किम और प्रॉब्ली लद्दाख, सो लद्दाख के अगर 1% ही लोग है, सो लद्दाख के बस 10 लोग को सिलेक्ट करना है, वेर इन यूपी के तुमने 300 लोग को सिलेक्ट कर लिया बिकॉज 30% है. सो दैट इज अ स्ट्रैटिफाइड सैम्पलिंग. क्लस्टर सैम्पलिंग इज बेसिकली अ क्लस्टर. एक ग्रुप ऑफ करो, एक ग्रुप में से उतने ही लोगों को यू कैन टेक. Okay, so suppose cluster can be of typical number 30 ही लेना है. Okay, whatever number you want to make sure that you take only 30 from each group. Okay, suppose you are making clusters, villages है, अगर there are एक district है पूरा और एक district में से कुछ villages में तुमको sample लेना है. Okay, so suppose you want to take 300 sample overall, and you select 10 villages. So her village में से 30. Okay, that is a cluster sampling. So groups, selected cluster, all unit or proportion of unit is included, and it's not as accurate as stratified. Okay, so cluster. So suppose there are 4 clusters here. Okay, okay, उसमें से और then you decide एक cluster number 1, cluster number 2, cluster number 3, cluster number 4, and you decide to take only 2 of that cluster. Okay, so you take only 2 here, randomly select 2, randomly select 2, randomly select 2, randomly select 2. Okay, so there are various clusters, yeah, and then you amongst that you select. So sampling unit is not an object, a group. This is a object. Okay, this is a sampling unit. उसमें से तुमको कितने लेने हैं, that again is a sample random, but cluster is this. Okay, so how do you do it? Define the number of clusters to be included. First you decide कितने cluster करने हैं. Compute a list, cumulative list with the population. Divide the grand total by number of clusters. जितने भी grand total होने वाले हैं, whatever you are deciding, number of clusters से divide करो, and by repeating the same procedure, you calculate the sampling interval. Okay, how do you add the sampling interval? जैसे मैंने k निकाला ना, वैसे ही sampling interval. Okay, अगर तुमको 30 बच्चे लेने हैं 300 में से, the sampling interval will be 10. So हर cluster में से 10 लेने हैं. Okay, so that way you can decide and choose a random number to identify the first cluster. किसी का भी एक random number decide कर लो और उसमें से उसी random number को then you can add the next person into that. Okay, so that's a cluster sampling. Yeah, so there are softwares also. AP Info नाम का एक software है. That's how it will help you to take cluster sampling. So देखो यहाँ पे village inhabitants 3 से, यहाँ पे 60 है, यहाँ पे 30 है, 76 है. So 5 villages actually. Entire population is 4715. Divide the cumulative total by 30. Okay, so 30 cluster करने हैं. Usually clustering for vaccination again is done into a format of 30. So overall you want 157. So 157 कैसे करोगे तुम? First 157 अगर आपको total random में करना है, so find random number with 3 digits. Suppose 1 2 3 अगर आपने किया, choose from the cumulative distribution of the cluster by adding 157 because that is a 157 that is your sampling interval. So हर इसमें, so you first select 124 है ना, then बाद में you just add this much to it, 550. Second is 124 plus 157. The 280th person you will select. Then third is 280 plus 157, 437th person you will select, and then accordingly you select the whatever children you have selected, you complete the sample size with that. Okay, so this is cluster sampling. Then what is design effect? Design effect is basically whatever variation you are going to get from the global population. So agar global mean of maternal mortality rate is 50. And your cluster or your sample mean has got 43 maternal mortality. So that design effect or the difference between two means it's 7. Okay, so that is called as design effect. Design effect is ideal if your design effect is almost 1 or so 7 is not exactly 7 of the 50%. So that percent it is calculated in that percent कि तुमने कितना point कितना probability है. So the design effect of 1, that means 100% precision. Okay, design effect of 1, that there is no difference between the global variance and cluster variance. It shows that the design effect is minimal. Okay, so how do you ensure that in cluster sampling? Suppose you make into a section. Okay, and there is section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, and this is how you do the cluster sampling. Either a cluster bana diya, okay, either a cluster bana diya, and then you take the sample size from each cluster only by selecting only the sum of the population. Then there is something called as multi-stage sampling. Okay, so when you want to do in phases, multiple phases, पहला एक stage complete किया, फिर बाद में दूसरा stage complete किया, फिर बाद में तीसरा stage complete किया. Like for example, you want to study the pregnancy, entire pregnancy, from being pregnant to the delivery of the child till first year of the child. Okay, so and you want to know that how the weight of the mother is changing from ANC or just at the when the UPT or urine pregnancy test became positive till the 1 year of the child. So you will take multi-stage sampling. Okay, in first stage you'll take only ANC up to first trimester, then second trimester wale, then only third trimester, then during the delivery, then maybe you take it, first 42 days, that first 6 weeks of the maternal delivery is there. So that is a multi-stage sampling. Multi-stage sampling may no complete listing of population is required. Okay, you have to remember that, because you are staging it into multiple areas. So there is a possibility that you might not have the only sampling frame. What you have is different sampling frames. Okay, so that is possible in multi-stage sampling. The only problem with multi-stage sampling is very cumbersome. बहुत बार करना पड़ेगा, staging करना पड़ेगा, first stage खत्म करो, फिर second stage. So it's usually cumbersome, and ultimately the randomization is almost the same. Okay, so ultimately conclusion of the probability is refusals, absentees, and do not know. Okay, problem क्या होता है probability sample में? You take the sample, you know that you have taken the perfect of the sample, but there could be some refusals. Sir, they take part in your study, but ultimately they refuse to come. Sir, आप बोलोगे कि so we are doing a sugar study. Please come on this day. They will say that they don't. Convenience sampling, quota sampling, and snowball sampling. This is non-probability sampling, that the people who are going to take part in the study do not have the probability of getting selected. Okay, it could be, and it usually done for a piloting. Okay, so what are the different types of it? First is convenience sampling, second one is quota sampling, and third one is snowballing. So we'll see that one by one. This complete convenience sampling. Okay, it is according to the convenience of the researcher. कि मुझे बस सैंपल लेना है हॉस्पिटल में जो आने वाले आज स्पेसिफिकली मंडे को जो आते हैं उनके पेशेंट्स. Okay, so you decide. It's up to your convenience. You are convenient with taking the sample, you take the sample. Okay, and usually मतलब shortcut basically. It is according to the convenience of the investigator, according to the convenience of study participant. Study participant बोलता है कि मेरे को नहीं आने का, नहीं आने. Study participant बोलता है आते. So it depends on the convenience. अगर आपको but sample size is same. Okay, sample size में convenience नहीं है. Sample size अगर 200 बोला है तो 200 लेना है, लेकिन it is just the sampling method. वो 200 तुम कैसे करोगे? जैसे लोग आते जाएंगे वैसे मैं लेते जाऊंगा और 200 कंप्लीट होने के बाद छोड़ दूंगा. वहाँ पे randomization नहीं है. You just allowing that convenience part. Then the second thing is snowballing. Snowballing मतलब क्या? Like for example, you want to know the a specific close knit group, like recently we have like measles के अभी cases हो रहा है गोवंडी में. Okay, so एक measles का case से अपने को दूसरा case पता चलेगा, तीसरा case पता चलेगा. Possibly in that way you can do the snowballing, but snowballing is typically done when the groups are close knit. In some stigmatized areas, like male having sex with male, or maybe commercial sex workers, smokers, IV drug users, alcoholics. अगर उनमें स्टडी है तो you can do the snowballing. What is snowballing? I'll give you मतलब basically how the word snowball is invented. जैसे suppose you take a ball of snow and if you trail it down from the top, okay, जैसे ऊपर से hill top से वो ball को छोड़ दिया, तो जैसे जैसे वो नीचे आता है, you must have seen in the Tom and Jerry cartoon sometimes. No, जैसे जैसे वो ball snowball नीचे आ जाता है वैसे वैसे उसका size बढ़ जाता है, because snow उसको attach होते रहता है. No, snow get attached to it because of the energy with whatever they have. So 1 से 2, 2 से 3, 3 से 4 ऐसे करके the sample size increases. That's what it is called as snowballing. Okay, so but snowballing का problem क्या है? Bias है. Only friends को recruit कर लेंगे या फिर close knit community को recruit करेंगे. So that's a bias of snowballing. Purposive sampling. You go with a purpose. Okay, purposive sampling is in the case that suppose you want to study only the people who have a typical characteristic, like helmet ना use करने वालों में road traffic accident के बाद head injury का क्या scene. Okay, so you want to purposively collect only sample from the non-helmet users, but that will not give you an entire perspective of head injury in an entire population. Okay, you are missing out on the helmet using people. So that way, so that's a purposive sampling. So you go with a purpose. Okay, that's a purposive sampling. So purposive sampling is basically stratified sampling of a non-probability type. Okay, stratified sampling में भी वही करता है ना, we go to a group of people, but वहाँ पे there is a sampling frame. Even if you are doing it stratified, you have a method. यहाँ पे purpose में there is no method. You just want to know जो भी आएगा उनको ले लेंगे. So that's a purpose of sampling. And finally, quota sampling. Quota sampling in the sense कि it's a non-probability variant of the certified sampling. This is a quota sampling wherein you have limited quota. उसी quota में से you are going to take the sample. Purpose of sampling is the purpose. Okay, you want to take it according to your hypothesis. Suppose your hypothesis is to prove that only the adverse drug reactions. So you will take only people who had adverse drug reactions only. After suppose you want to prove that COVID vaccination के बाद कितने लोगों को adverse drug reactions हुए. So you are going with a purpose. That way is a purpose of sampling. Quota sampling, it's a quota. Only you will take a specified population. Okay, so that way. Quota sampling and purpose sampling are basically of the same type, convenience. So ultimately what you are trying to do is take out the convenience. What are the issues with quota sampling? Okay, it's on the judgment. Okay, you are judging, so there are complications with the quota sampling is it will be according to the judgment. Okay, it will no callbacks or no not at home refusal possible है quota sampling में बोलेगा हाँ उसको पहले पता चलेगा ना कि you are going to come, so भाग जाएगा. Okay. And the results are not generalizable because you have selected a typical quota. You cannot generalize the results. Okay, so basically, whatever sampling method you want to ensure, okay, make sure that the results not to be used to make generalization. Okay, अगर आपने अच्छे से sample size लिया है, you know that they are representative of the population, then only make the generalized statement. Otherwise, do not make any generalized statements. Okay, the results will only be replicable only in case you have done it in a probability manner. Okay, if you have done a non-probability, the results are not generalized. Okay, so this is about sampling. Now the next one is, just stop sharing. We'll see the formula, which are different various formulae which are used for sample size estimation. I'm just moving to a next, that how are we going to estimate the sample size? So you understand how to collect the sample. Okay, it has to be representative of, you have to first know what the total number of people. Okay, you have to have a sample frame, and from that frame you know the method. Okay, sampling technique is different and sample size is different. Size आपको मिलेगा by formula. Okay, and technique is the method. कौन सी method? So अगर 200 दिया है तो either you can do if you want to take a sample size of 200 estimated by formula, you can use simple random sampling, you can use the multi-stage sampling, you can use the cluster sampling. That is up to you. कौन सी method use करना है, that's up to you. Okay, or up to the statistician. But ultimately, the sample size estimation will be on the basis of the formula. So please remember this, sample size is different and sampling method or sample technique is different. So we'll see the so sample size. How do you determine the sample size? So formula are there, because see what we have discussed in the first lecture, that what is the precision. Precision will determine जितना precision कम, जितना precision अच्छा या फिर जितना error कम रखोगे उतना ज़्यादा sample size आने वाला है. So that's what you have to remember. And more thing you have to remember is confidence interval. Okay, whatever confidence interval you are considering in that frame. So आपको एक frame दिया गया है, not the sampling frame. I'm talking about confidence interval. Your data has to follow between that confidence interval only. So that is the sample size determination. So why do you do the sample size determination? Because you want to select only a smaller population because feasibility नहीं है, you don't have enough data. Okay, सबके घर पे नहीं जा सकते हैं, time नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है, you know. So in that case, you have to determine the sample size. So as I told you, there are procedures of sample size determination. You use formula. There are some ready-made tables also. There are some computer software also. Online भी sample size determine कर सकते हैं. Okay, but we'll see. We are going to see only with the use of formulae. Okay, and we'll see the procedures because it depends on the design. Please remember again, most important thing is the sample size determination is dependent on the design of the study. Okay, agar aapka cross sectional study, you have already seen the study designs. Okay, it can be observation studies, case control studies, cohort studies, RCTs, randomized control trial. Yesterday you have already learned that, right? So that depends on the which procedure or which design are you using, and each design has a different formula. Please remember, each design has a different formula. So while calculating the sample size for your own study, you have to understand which study design it is. Okay. Yeah. So sample size and power calculators are power of a study is, we'll see that. And it is an approximate. Okay. Because you are considering an error. So sample size determination is always an approximate. So it is whenever there is an approximation, it is possible that आपने बहुत ज़्यादा sample size ले लिया या बहुत कम sample size ले लिया. What is n is too small? अगर बहुत ही कम sample size ले लिया तो क्या होगा? Error बढ़ जाएगा. Okay, आपने study किया, सब किया, लेकिन the error will be higher. Okay, study may fail to detect important effects. Okay, because and again, it might not be representative of the population. Got it? Like for example, if you take a very small sample size of suppose diabetic individuals, and you take only 100, you know, whatever sample size is given. Ideal sample size was 1000. Okay, ideal sample size was suppose 100, but you only took 30 of diabetic individuals and you missed out on 70. Okay, so वो 70 में ऐसे possible है कि वही 70 were actually needed, actually had the problem. Like, no, suppose you want to calculate what is the proportion of diabetic kidney disease amongst diabetics, only diabetics, and ideal sample size was 100, but you only could complete 50, and उस 50 में you saw that diabetic kidney disease 5% लोगों को, only 5 people had it, 10%, but you missed out on other 50 जिनमें possibly the diabetic kidney disease was more, 20% था उनमें, there were 10 people, so overall proportion is 5 ये और 10 ये तो 15%, लेकिन आपका आ गया wrong, 5% only. So in that case, the sample size is too small. The problem is the sample size is too large. बहुत ज़्यादा sample size ले लिया, then time चला जाएगा. You will not be able to complete that project within time, or feasibility will be problem, and then ultimately at the end you might end up taking wrong values, and then in that sense your study might go wrong. So random error. What is an error? To describe role of chance. As I told you, okay, what is an error? It is a chance, the probability of committing an error. Okay, so whatever error is possible. See, none of the samples is good. Okay, all the samples will have some error. Okay, there is a fair bit of chance that possible है कि थोड़ा सा mistake हो सकता है. So that error you can always consider. What is bias? There is a difference between error and bias. Error is, it can occur by chance. Bias, it's something जो अपने से हो रहा है, mistake. Okay, like for an example, you are only going to select the obese individuals for cardiovascular disease study. अरे नहीं, इसको cardiovascular disease होने वाला है, इसको ले लेते हैं. You are only going to, you will have some bias in your mind while selecting or recruiting people in your study. Okay, like for example, if you want to understand the person, the fall amongst geriatric individuals, जो क्या बोलेंगे, geriatric people या फिर old age people में कितने लोग गिरते हैं, and if you take only sample which are more than 70, है ना, आपको लेना है more than 60, लेकिन you specially selected more than 70 वाले लोगों को, तो उनमें तो fall ज़्यादा ही आने वाला है, so that's a bias. Okay, bias is small compared to random error. Okay, usually bias is small, but ultimately it can affect in a bigger way. Okay, because it might change your entire study proportion or study results. Precision we have seen already. Okay, you want to be precise, you want to be accurate. Okay, jitna precision zyada, utna sample size zyada. Jitna precision low, if you keep precision low, sample size will be low. The precision and error are opposite to each other. Accurate. So accuracy basically it's a function of systematic error or bias. Greater the error, less accurate is the variable. So you've seen accurate is based on the error. Higher the error, lesser is the accuracy. Now this is important, the null and alternate hypothesis. So if you want to prove, you want to consider null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis because the error is dependent on that. Okay, error is dependent on whatever hypothesis you consider, because agar null hypothesis, if the null hypothesis was false and if you still accept it, it is type 1 error or alpha error. If the null hypothesis is true and if you still reject it, it is a type 2 error. We'll see that. Again, there's something called as one tail and two tail of alternative hypothesis. Like one tail, matlab, it is unidirectional. Matlab, like for an example, pancreatic cancer will have a higher rate of coffee drinking than control group. Or smokers will, or lung cancer will be more among the smokers. Okay. So that way you will just more among the smoker agar consider karoge. So that's in that sense. Smoke. Lung cancer will be higher in smokers, but you would have to keep a two-tailed hypothesis also that lung cancer can be higher or lower amongst the smokers. Let's see. So you want to see on the both sides of the variable. You just don't want to keep it a unidirectional. So that's two-tailed hypothesis. As you increase one tail and two tail, we'll see that in a slide. Yeah. So this is two-tailed. Okay. You are considering on either side that this person, these many people are by chance, these many 2.5% on the either side. You want to keep the error as 5%. So you will think, you will consider that 2.5% either, 2.5% either. Either ways, okay, you are considering that the smoking can cause lung cancer. The smokers can have higher rates of lung cancer. Yes. Or ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Smokers might not also have higher rates of lung cancer. But here in one tail, you're considering that smokers have higher rates of lung cancer. That is one tail and two tail. So type 1 error, as I told you, this is, I'll tell you with an image only. Usually this is very famous, or usually whenever there is a lecture of type 1 and type 2 error, this test is used. That you know that this case is never positive. This is not possible. Okay. Null hypothesis says that ye possible hai hi nahi. Okay, this is false positive. Okay, but you still accept it. When you say that a male cannot get pregnant, but you say that you tell it to a male that they are pregnant, it is type 1 error. You have made an error. Okay, so accepting null hypothesis, okay, when it is false. Null hypothesis is false. Null hypothesis says that there is no significant difference between two hypotheses, but you still accept it. That's type 1 error. What's type 2 error? Okay, dikh raha hai ki the female is pregnant. You know that null hypothesis. You know that there is no significant difference between. You know that there is a significant difference between two drugs, drug A and drug B. You know that there is a significant difference between amlodipine and metoprolol. Okay, but still you think that your study or your results are rejecting the null hypothesis. That is the type 2 error. Okay, so this is type 1 and type 2 error. Understand? So when you commit type 1 error is called as alpha. Okay, and you want to keep alpha as low as only 0.05. That means you are allowing that error of only only 5%. So your allowable error is 5% in that case. And if your beta is probability of making this error, then that is probably 0.1%. You can take it as 10%, you can take it as 20%, you can take it as 30% also, but ideal is 10%. You can take beta as 0.01 or 90% precision and 10% error only. Okay, so this is the ideal. What is alpha? Probability of committing type 1 error. Beta is probability of committing type 2 error. And 1 minus beta is power of the study. Okay, power मतलब क्या? Probability of the test with correctly identify a significant difference. मतलब अगर drug A में और drug B में there is, if at all there is a significant difference, the probability of that particular study to calculate that difference correctly is power of the study. So high, अगर अच्छे से difference calculate कर रहा है, so that means the power of the study is higher. Good study, जितने भी good studies होते हैं उनकी power high होता है. So power is basically 1 minus beta. So that means if you keep 10% as beta, that there is a 10% chance that I will accept the null hypothesis, even if it, I will reject the null hypothesis, even if it's true, that is beta. 1 minus beta, that means 90% is the power of the study. Understand? If you keep the beta error as 10%, the 90% becomes the power of the study. So choice of alpha and beta depends on whatever you have. Okay, what you, it's up to you. You can set it to alpha, set it at 0.5 and beta set it at 1. It is conventional that usually conventionally kya karte hai? You set alpha at 0.05, 95% confidence interval, and you keep beta at 0.8, beta at 0.2. So power of the study as 80% power of the study. Okay, so it is usual. But and then there are Z values because the formula is going to use the Z values of it. So in the formula you are going to use this. Okay, so if the see this, if it is two-tailed, alpha as 0.05, you take it as 1.96. Z alpha is 1.96. Okay, if you take it at 0.01 level, Z alpha is 2.58. If you take it at 0.1 level, Z alpha is 1.46. This way. Yes, so effect size should be, what is an effect size? Effect size is basically the power only. It is like the power of the study. Okay, and it turns to the magnitude of effect under the alternative hypothesis. Okay, so effect size of the study, higher the effect size, better is the study. Effect size of 1 is the ideal. Okay, the effect size of 1 is ideal. So higher the effect size, better is the study. So there are different formula of the different formulae based on the study design. So it is possible that whatever study design is going to be either on the basis of confidence interval, it can be based on the mean, it can be based on the proportion, it can be comparison between two means, comparison between two proportions. It's based on the design. Like for an example, if you're doing an observational study to calculate the prevalence, what you are going to do is uses prevalence of the study. Okay, and the formula is different for each criteria. Okay, so whatever criteria you are going to set, whether it is mean or proportion or confidence interval, or whether it is two means or two proportions, that way the sample or correlation, that way the formula is going to change. So it depends. So it always depends on your primary objective. Agar aapka primary objective is to find out the proportion of individuals, then you are going to use the formula for proportions. If your ideal way is to proportion of, if you want to use the mean, compare the mean of sample mean with the population mean, you are going to use mean. Okay, so when you are using a case control study, then case control study on the basis of the proportions, we are going to use that. That activity will see that in detail. Yeah. So confidence interval, if you know that confidence interval, sample size estimation using a confidence interval, that means these are the formula usually used for observational studies. Okay, this formula is for infinite population and this formula is for finite population. When you want to calculate sample size for limited population, this is the formula you use. And when you want to calculate the sample size for infinite population, community का studies का अगर कर रहे हैं, so this is the formula you use. अभी इस formula में क्या है? Is basically Z alpha. Okay, this is the alpha error, Z value of alpha error. Okay, so alpha error is basically you are saying that the error which you might commit. Okay, you are already considering that error, the error which you might commit while taking the sample size, but you are considering whether the error, there could be an error that the null hypothesis is rejectable, but you still have accepted it, the null hypothesis, that is then alpha error. Sigma is basically standard deviation and D is the mean difference. Okay, like mean difference of difference between, or D is basically mean difference, or D can be also be the allowable error. Okay, so if the allowable error is whatever the difference you are expecting. So error of say mean of 1, or suppose you want to calculate the average weight of students in class 10th. If you want to take the average weight, mean weight आपको calculate करना है सबका. So, and you know that already in some study they have said that the average weight of students of class 10 is 60 kgs. Okay, so but you are expecting an error in your study of 5 kg. Okay, you are saying that there nahi, wo 60 kgs nahi ho sakta, it can be 55 or it can be 65 or two-tailed if you are thinking. So in that case, the allowable error you consider as 5. So the mean difference here will be 5. The standard deviation, whatever their study has provided, you can use that study. Achha, one more important thing, and the most important thing is these formula. Which values are you going to use here? These are the values which are already, from the previous studies or the population studies. Okay. Here you have to refer to the similar study which you have done previously. If you don't have the similar study which you have done previously, you can use a pilot study. Okay, एक pilot छोटा सा 30 participants का कर सकते हो, और उसमें जो भी data आ सकता है, that data you can put it here. Okay, so this is the for confidence interval. So you need sample size, you need SD of a previous study, you need total width or D, and you need the solid confidence interval. Similarly, यहाँ पे अगर आपको मीन नहीं लेना है, but you want to assess the prevalence of anything or proportion of anything or proportion of smokers of college going students or attending BSc, Bachelor of Science के proportion of students who are smokers. So earlier study have shown you that the proportion of smokers is 10%. So यहाँ पे this P will be that 10%. Okay, because you want to use the proportion. This is an observation study. Okay, earlier also was an observation study. This also is an observation study. This P you are taking as proportion. So Q is equal to 1 minus P. Okay, so Q is equal to 1 minus P or 100 minus P. Okay, 100 minus P. Prevalence, proportion of individuals. आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन स्टडी है, आपको बस प्रोपोर्शन ढूंढना है कि कितने लोग स्मोकर्स हैं. ओके, in that case you want to know, and earlier study had shown that P is 20%. Okay, so here Q automatically becomes 80%. Okay, and D is the allowable error. Okay, that error which you are thinking. So error usually you take it as, you can take it as 5%, okay, or you can take it as 10%. Okay, again, this error has got two types. First type is called as absolute error. So you can take it as 10% directly. And the second type of error is called as relative error. So relative error is basically 5% of P. That is called as relative. Okay, relative error. So relative of the prevalence is relative error. So again, 5% of P मतलब 20 का P हो जाएगा. अगर आपने यहाँ पे 5 डाला था, तो 20 का 5%, again it will come down to very less. 5% of 20. So 0.2 and 0.1. So this will be 0.1. अगर ये 0.1 बन जाता है, तो the sample size will again increase. So if you want to go to more precision, you will take relative error. But it's up to you. You can take allowable error, you can take the absolute error also, or you can take the relative error also. So what are the sample size requirement for proportion? You need the exact expected proportion. Okay, expected proportion मतलब previous studies का जो proportion का data है वो. Okay, you need the desired precision. Okay, you need D, and you need the confidence interval. Confidence interval is basically this one. This is the confidence interval. So you need confidence interval, you need proportion, and you need the error. Okay, or desired precision. Error in the sense precision. Okay, so yeah. So now there's a different study wherein you want to estimate the sample size for a mean. Okay, population of mean, whether your sample size is going to be withdrawn from the population or not. Here you can consider with the help of, if your study is you want to study the mean hemoglobin of all ANC females visiting your hospital. So in that case, you are going to use this formula. Okay, how do you use this formula? You select here sigma is standard deviation, mu 0 is the whatever outcome variable you are considering, and mu 1 is the sample mean. Okay, so alternative mean, true alternative mean is expected to be mu 1, and the whatever mean you have considered from from different study, or whatever mean you have considered for your study is mu 0, and whatever it is given in the research study or earlier study is mu 1, and that difference is squared. Okay, so here if you want to study the mean hemoglobin in hospital of ANCs attending your hospital, this is the sample size which you can consider. Okay, then the second is when you are considering before after. Okay, when you are doing a study before after, like similar example, mean Lelia, the mean hemoglobin before giving iron sucrose injections, and mean hemoglobin after giving the iron sucrose injection. Okay, so where do you take this delta difference? So this you can take, okay, delta difference and sigma difference. What is delta difference? Mean difference, delta is equal to mean of difference, and sigma is equal to SD of difference. Okay, that will be mentioned in that study. Previous study will give you this data. They will tell you that mean difference or mean improvement in the hemoglobin level after giving the iron sucrose is 1 gram%, and with standard deviation of 0.2 gram%. Okay, so this will be 1 and this becomes 0.2. This will be 1 milligram per dl and this will be 0.2 milligram per dl. That's how you calculate, and that's depend again on the previous studies. Again, now if you want to take a sample size of a comparing proportion again in a before after way, this is a formula. You have to take theta, okay, calculate. And how do you calculate that? This is the formula. We'll see that in detail in the sample size activity. Okay, for comparing mean of independent samples, like for an example, you want to compare the means of suppose there is a two groups of students. A group of students ko apne you give them counseling, okay, and the second group of students you do not give any counseling, and you assess the depression amongst group 1 and group 2. Okay, and you want to know the effect of counseling on group 1 of the students versus group 2 of the students who did not take any counseling. Okay, and then you want to know that what is the depression levels. So in that case, you use this. Mu 1 here is again from the previous study. Okay, you have to use this data from the previous study. So previous study mein ek group ka mu is mean. A group ka mean is whatever mean you have got, and another group ka mean whatever mean you have got. Okay, so when you are comparing two samples, okay, or maybe a case, maybe when you are comparing two observation study of two different samples, and when you are comparing mean, this is the formula you are going to use. When you are comparing proportion of two samples, two different samples, this is the formula you use. Okay, P1 Q1, and यहाँ पे P, understand this P is equal to P1 plus P2 divided by 2. And when are you going to get P1 and P2? From the previous study, from the previous data, expected. This is expected study. Okay. Then two population proportions. So hypothesis test for two population proportions is this. For small proportions, you are going to use this data. Sample size determination revealing a correlation. Like for an example, you want to correlate between age and blood pressure. As the age increases, blood pressure increases, and at the end of that correlation, there is something called as correlation coefficient. Okay, and their correlation coefficient is, suppose this is age, and this is BP. Okay, so you say that as age increases, the BP also increases, and this has got correlation coefficient of suppose 0.8, which will be given in the previous study. And your also aim is to find out the correlation between age and BP. You use the similar R from the similar study, okay, and you calculate the formula by using this particular formula. Okay, ln is log. So between two correlations, agar if there are two correlations, then you calculate C1 and C2, and then you put in the formula of this. Okay, and you can calculate the sample size based on the two correlations. Now, if you are doing the RCT with equal allocation, that means equal people in both the groups. If at all doing that, then you can do the control, okay, and try. Okay, this is control group amongst the control group, and this is the test group. Okay, PC is control, and that again will be available in the previous study. If you are doing a case control study, then you are going to use P1 here is P0. So P0 is cases and P1 is controls. P0 is control and P1 is cases. And then you determine P1 on the basis of P0, and this formula you can use for a case control study. Code study, this is the formula you have to use. Okay, you have to just remember these formula. You have to, what is our objective is to identify this, what is case control and cohort. Okay, PE is proportion of expected proportion, and PC is whatever cohort you are using. So PE is amongst exposed and PC is non-exposed. Okay, so suppose proportion of exposed, you want to understand a cohort of lung cancer people. Okay, so lung cancer, if there are 100 lung cancer patients, out of that 80 are smokers and 20 are non-smokers. So this 80 is basically 80% is a proportion of exposed and 20% is proportion of non-exposed. Okay, so that way you have to decide. So these are the formula, and most of these formula I've already shared with you all. Okay, and now we are going to do the sample size activity. So I guess there are 4 groups. Nikita ma'am, I might need a help here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, there is a kind request. Can we take lunch break from 1 to 1:30, sir?
Sure,
Then
sure,
we will
ma'am.
proceed with the activity.
Yeah.
Because already we had exceeded the time, sir. The session
Yes, yes,
was
yes.
supposed
Yes,
to
yes,
finish
sure,
at
sure.
12:15. Okay. So
Yes,
we will take lunch
question?
break from 1 to 1:30.
Yes,
So a couple of questions, can you please address?
yes, sure, sure.
Yeah, so for example, this convenience sampling and purposive sampling, sometimes it becomes a dilemma which one to write, because for example, I want to see some worm infestation research among children, and now I find that school is a appropriate where I can take sampling because I find it convenient. So, but at the same time, my purpose is to find the worm infestation. So it can become a purposive sampling also. So I have a confusion whether I
No,
should
so
write.
in that case, this particular sampling is a convenient sampling.
Okay.
Okay, because what you are trying to purpose is okay, but what you are trying to do is it's about your convenience. But ideally, you should have collected the sample size from various schools.
Right.
This is an ideal. Okay, but as per your convenience, you are just selecting the typical school which is probably closer to your house, or the administratively it is easier to approach them. That's your convenience. So in this case, it will be called as a convenient sampling rather than the purposive sampling.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir. And one more thing is the strata sampling. Can it also turn out to be a cluster sample?
No,
further?
strata is different. Strata will have a cohesiveness. Okay, cluster will not have cohesiveness. Okay, strata is basically only belonging to the same characteristics. Cluster might not have the same characteristics. Cluster characteristics can be absolutely different from each other.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. And last question. This multi-stage sampling, what you said, can it also be a same sample, same subjects, or it could be different subjects?
Yes,
also?
it can be same subject and it can be different subject. Like for an example, same ANCs can be sampled one more time, but it's not a follow-up. Okay, it's not a follow-up type of sampling. So again, in a multi-stage sampling, the same individual has the equal chance of getting selected.
Okay.
Okay, so it is possible that the same individual might get selected, and it is possible that the same individual might not get selected as well.
Okay.
Understand? So if you are studying 100 ANCs at first trimester, and if you are studying 100 again at third trimester, in multi-stage sampling, both the ways, it is equal chance that some of the samples or some of the participants can be same or different.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
बार बार जा रहा है
Okay, so any more doubts, participants? Yeah, I guess no doubts, sir. So we will proceed for lunch break from 1 to 1:30, and from 1:30 then we will have the activity and next sessions. Okay, sir, it will be fine. Sir, you are on mute.
What is the schedule time of finishing the activity?
Sir, it is a 75 minutes activity, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Then we will have more time. Then we'll we'll get to the time in the activity time. So so we are going to give time for them to work on the activity lunchtime, during the lunchtime, or
After lunch, so we can start with the activity.
because they will have to calculate, understand, and then discuss. No. So if they could calculate and discuss within that time, that's also fine. Or either ways, we'll start with 1:30, whatever time.
Okay, so we'll
Depends on the
start
group.
with 1:30, sir.
Yeah, we'll start with the, but that liberty can be given to the group if they want to discuss the whatever problem is given to them. If they want to discuss within the time, that's up to them. So that we'll be ready with the activity.
So I will have to. So should I prepare the go for the breakout rooms then, and then they will discuss?
Yeah, that will be better. So they can go in the breakout rooms during the session, also during the lunchtime also, and it's up to them to utilize that time, or if they don't want to utilize, because they'll some people might be interested in utilizing that time and time for the activity also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So regarding that you want to give any instructions, sir?
Yes. So
Regarding the activity.
group one will take question 1. The word file is already there with you, and the formulae also are there with you. Okay. So group 1 will take question 1, group 2 will take question 2, group 3 will take question 3, and group 4 will take question 4. Clear?
Okay, so participants have already shared the group activity in the WhatsApp group. So open the Word file, and room 1 participants will take first statement, second, third, fourth accordingly. Okay, so I'm preparing the rooms now. So yesterday's room only we are going to continue. So go to your respective rooms, and we will meet at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Fine, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye, sir.
Bye, ma'am.
कोणाचा स्पीकर चालू आहे त्यांचा स्पीकर त्याचं काय करायचं स्पीकर
मामा ते हिना बोलवतात सुधा मॅडमना बोलवाल जरा कारण मला परत लेक्चर
Amit sir.
Yes.
सर तुम्हाला ग्रुप मध्ये जायचंय का? We will wait for some time.
Whichever way, if the groups are ready, then we can move on. Otherwise, we will wait for 10 minutes.
We will wait for 10 minutes, sir. Then.
Yes, yes. If the groups are ready, then we can start off with it. Acha, there's one thing. Group 4 can take 5, huh? Because question number 4 is apparently incomplete.
Okay, so they have to take 5.
Yeah, they can take 5.
Okay.
Please inform.
Okay, fine. Yes,
you
sir, I will
go
inform.
into the group and inform them.
You want to go to the group, sir?
Whichever way, you can inform them. Please inform them that we
I will inform them.
WhatsApp is much better. You can WhatsApp them that please refer to, because anyways their their exercise or activity can be taken at last. Ask them to take group. The question number 5, because the question number 4 is little incomplete, it seems. Okay.
Okay, fine, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. सर मेरे को मत बोलो, वो कुछ घपला, मतलब पता नहीं क्या किया है। फिर मेरे को पहले बोला है कि आते तू रहेगा, अभी बोल रहे कि नहीं। फिर अभी सीधी बात है सर, मैं थोड़ी ना रेजिडेंट हूँ, नाम नहीं कुछ नहीं, और मैं काम करूंगा, बराबर कि नहीं? तो अभी सर बोलेंगे कि नहीं तू कर, मतलब क्या मेरे पास बाकी काम का सवाल नहीं है, ठीक है, करना है तो 17 काम करने ही है ना। मैं वो मेरा रीजन नहीं है कि मैं ऑक्युपाइड, वो बोल रहे मेरे को बोल रहे कि तू वो रीजन दे कि तू ऑक्युपाइड है दूसरी तरफ, इसलिए नहीं। अरे लेकिन वो रीजन नहीं है, आई वांट टू वर्क बट आई वांट द नेम, करेक्ट ना सर? क्यों फालतू का काम करेंगे कोई भी? मैं रेसिडेंट थोड़ी ना हूँ कि नाम भी नहीं। रेसिडेंट लोग भी आजकल तो नाम चाहते हैं। तो मैंने तो सुबह बोला है उनको कि आई विल नॉट बी डूइंग इट, उन्होंने क्लियर कुछ बोला नहीं, क्लियर नहीं बोला।
मैं और अमित है उसमें।
अच्छा, ये अलग आपको बोला, आपको अलग बोल दिया, आपको अलग बोल रहे हैं, नहीं आपको और अलग बोल दिया। भी मैं नहीं हूं उसमें, अनलेस अनटिल आई हैव अ क्लियर कि मेरे को रोल डेफिनेट जब तक नहीं मिलेगा तब तक मैं कैसे रहेगा।
Hello. Sir आले? सर नहीं दिख रहे
ग्रुप में ऐड हुआ है क्या वो रूम में?
थर्ड नंबर का देखो.
नहीं नहीं
रूम में ऐड हुआ था. अरे ब्रेकआउट रूम्स में गए थे आप?
हाँ वही तो है ना ये 6
ये कौन है? ये सब अपने ग्रुप में नहीं है.
नहीं है ब्रेकआउट रूम में दीजिए
मैम आप ब्रेकआउट रूम में नहीं
रूम 1
रूम नंबर 1.
Y गेलं square.
Are we going to, do we have some time with us? Do we have the time?
I think we have done.
All of them are done.
Nikita.
We'll look at it. कशाबद्दल
ते तुम्ही वर्कशॉप साठी काय लेक्चर घेतलं होतं त्याच्यात
ना हो पण तुम्हाला पण धावायचं असतं Hello.
Hello.
Hello. मॅम आपल्याकडे वेळ आहे का?
सर ऍक्च्युली नेक्स्ट सेशन आहे ना 3 ते 4 आहे.
3 ते 4. नाही पण मग त्याच्यामध्ये इन्फरन्शियल मग माझा नेक्स्ट सेशन कधी किती ते किती असेल?
सर तुमचा ऍक्च्युली आता 2 to 3 इन्फॉर्मेशन स्टॅटिस्टिक्स होता, 3 to 4 तो सेशन होता क्वेश्चन डिझायनर आणि मग 4 to 5 आपली ग्रुप ऍक्टिव्हिटी होईल असं आहे. मग कसं करायचं?
इन्फरन्शियल स्टॅटिस्टिक्स.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we'll do is, sir, if it is comfortable with you, we will start with inferential statistics. We will stop at 3.
Yes.
Let the other speaker continue. Let her go, and then we will continue, sir. Is it fine?
Absolutely.
Okay. Fine, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So shall we start with the inferential statistics?
Yes.
Yeah. So we will talk about inferential. Descriptive statistics is done kya? Are you all done with the descriptive statistics part?
Not yet, sir.
No, sir.
Types of data and data representation. Oh, there is no. Okay, so basically there are two types of statistics. One is called as descriptive statistics and one is called as inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics is basically whatever description you get. So like for an example, and it's more talks about in general population. It talks about the population. Okay, it will not talk about, it will talk about the population, not the sample. Inferential statistics where we'll talk about the sample. So because on the basis of the sample, we are going to take out the inferences. Understand? So inferential descriptive statistics more or less is for the population. Inferential statistics is more or less for sample. Okay, because from the basis of the sample, you are going to infer. Okay, so yeah, I have already told to one group, keep it extremely simple. Keep understand the concept. They are simple. If you think too much about it, they are going to be difficult. So inferential statistics actually prima facie is a very difficult thing. Okay, looking at it might sound difficult, might look difficult, but it's not as much. Okay, might be difficult, but
इसका देखिए बेटा मैं देखिए क्वेश्चनिंग डिजाइन
sorry. Yeah. So descriptive statistics is basically just to organize, summarize, and simplifying presentation of the data. So whatever data presentation you saw yesterday, or whatever information whatever data types of data presentation you saw, it's more of a descriptive statistics, making the table, frequency tables, mean, mode, median. Okay, yesterday you must have seen like that, right? But inferential statistics is all about it is to generalize from the sample to the population. Okay, it is used for hypothesis testing, it is used for relationship among the variables. So inferential statistics goes from whatever results you have got from the study which you have done, you are going to infer the results and apply to the population, because it is representative of the population. Sample is representative of the population. So whatever statistical test which you are going to apply to the sample will be can be extrapolated to the population. Okay, so it can be useful for a larger. So how is the chain of event? So population में से आपने sample select किया, sample पे measurement किया, test लगाया, inference किया, and then you got the probability out of it, and then you applied the results to the population. So inferential statistics, we have seen that it depends on the representative of the sample. Okay, random selection, अगर random selection करता है, that doesn't mean simple random sampling. Okay, random selection मतलब किसी का भी selection random होना चाहिए. That's the random selection, and it helps researcher to test hypothesis and answer the question. So inferential statistics, it has two aspects. Okay, it is about estimation of the population value. It is going to be estimating the population value, and it is going to be it helps us, inferential statistics helps us to estimate the population value, and it helps us to test the hypothesis. This is what we are going to be doing. Testing the hypothesis is important. Okay, what is going to be important is testing the hypothesis. Testing the hypothesis, मतलब जो भी hypothesis you have made, basically whatever is your research question, that is going to be tested. Like if your hypothesis is there is no significant difference between two drugs, iron dextrose and iron sucrose in control of anemia, or there is no significant difference between two drugs of insulin therapy and oral therapy, that way. So this is your hypothesis. No difference is null hypothesis, and there is a significant difference agar aisa bolte ho, to that is an alternate hypothesis. So first is purpose of estimation. So it helps us to estimate the population parameter. Okay, on the basis of inferential statistics, it will tell us that population parameter kya ho sakta hai. Okay, like for an example, agar kisi study ka, if you don't have results, or if you don't have data of a particular disease in an international national level, what you can do a sample, and on the basis of that sample, whatever sample you have drawn, and if at all you have done that sample on a national scale, you draw the sample and then tell that on the basis of this study, we have calculated the mean, and this could be the mean which can be applied to the national parameter or population based parameter. Like for an example, suppose we don't have a data on number of children immunized with suppose MMR. Okay, we don't have that data. Suppose the city or a village doesn't have that data. So how do you do that? Then you select a sample from the city or that village and see that how many people have immunized with MMR. And then you say that, okay, humne sample select kiya hai, but population parameter, and if it says that the 85% of the children are MMR immunized, so you can say that कि हमारे village में 85% immunized है, but आपने हर घर पे जाके पूछा क्या, या हर बच्चे को पूछा क्या कि आपका MMR हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ? नहीं, you just did it on the basis of the sample. Okay, because population का directly data करना is an expensive task. So it also gives us our idea about the precision of estimate and reliability. As we've seen, it will tell us about inferential statistics will tell us about the precision and reliability of the estimate. So what is the thing, it is going to help is inferential statistics. जैसा इसका नाम कहता है, it is going to be, we will be able to infer out of the whatever results we have got. Okay, so it will help us to estimate the population mean. Okay, because हम लोगों ने sample mean निकाला, sample is drawn from the population, so population mean निकालने में it will be helpful for us. Okay, and as we have discussed, the difference between the sample mean and population mean is called as sampling error. Okay, so population mean हमने निकाला, वही mean हम लोग sample mean हमने निकाला, वही sample mean we are trying to apply to the population. Okay, but because the sample might not be exact replica or mirror image of the population, there could be an error. That error is called as sampling error. Okay, that sampling error can be 5%, 10%, 1%, 2%, which we have shown, the beta. So sampling error is basically variability. Okay, so again, significance level क्या था? जो 95% confidence interval है, that is significance level. Okay, so that is the significance level. That in that confidence level, so that is basically Z alpha. Z alpha and Z1 minus alpha by 2 are same. Okay, हर बार Z1 minus alpha by Z1 minus alpha by 2 ये लिखना जरूरी नहीं है. Okay, इसका भी we'll see that how it is done. Z is equal to, उसका Z value होता है 1 minus alpha. Alpha is suppose 95. So alpha is suppose 0.5, 0.05. Okay, by 2. Okay, so 1 minus 0.05 by 2, तो 0.095 level पे वो निकालना होता है. Z अगर आप देखोगे Z value निकाल, if you want to see the Z value in the table of 0.095, that comes down to 1.96, and that's why Z1 minus alpha by 2 is 1.96, and ultimately Z1 minus alpha by 2 is equal to Z alpha. Okay, don't confuse between these two. Okay, now the second important thing is hypothesis testing. जैसे मैंने आपको बोला कि consider as a principal instrument. Okay, because सबसे पहले is your research question. कि भाई whatever qualitative study, even if you are doing a prevalence study, whether the prevalence is different from the population or not. Okay, so is there so you will say that my hypothesis, my prevalence is higher than the community prevalence. Okay, suppose you are working in a tribal area, so आप बोल सकते हो कि tribal area में मेरा hospital का maternal mortality is higher than maybe possibly in city. Okay, so that's your hypothesis. In fact, many experiments are carried out with the deliberate object of testing the hypothesis. Basically, बहुत सारे experiment ऐसे होते हैं कि बस test करना है hypothesis. Like drug studies, drug trials, testing the hypothesis. You just want to prove that whether drug A is better than drug B. नया drug पुराना drug से better है कि नहीं better है. And then these studies are going to help the decision makers. Okay, so because we don't have a direct knowledge, hypothesis is important, and ultimately we prove the hypothesis. See, science, all the fields of science, okay, you might not have direct knowledge. Okay, बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी है कि जिनके बारे में अपने को अब तक कुछ नहीं पता है. Okay, and then you have theories. Okay, and to prove that the theories are in scientific term is called as hypothesis. Okay, and then hypothesis needs to be tested. ऐसे नहीं बस मैंने अगर बोल दिया पृथ्वी गोल है, so you have to test it. I mean, somebody has to prove it. Somebody will have to test this mathematically, and that mathematical testing is called as testing the hypothesis. And mathematical testing with the hypothesis is inferential statistics. Understand? Yeah. So it's basically a formal question. Okay, and it can be a proposition or set of proposition set forth as an explanation of occurrence of some specified group or phenomenon. So students who receive counseling show greater in creativity than non-receiving. Okay, so usually students or probably students who are getting exposed to sex education in the school, so are understand better about the sexually transmitted diseases than the students who do not get the sex education. Okay, so this is the hypothesis. So characteristic of good hypothesis, मतलब आपका research question कैसा होना चाहिए? It should be clear and precise. Ambiguity नहीं होनी चाहिए. Okay, कितने लोगों में what is the age group, what are you going to measure, everything should be mentioned. Okay, it should be able to be being tested. Okay, ऐसा it shouldn't be like it should be able to test it. We should be able to test in the sense that mathematically उसका testing होना possible होना चाहिए, mathematical calculations possible होना चाहिए. It should have good मतलब whatever prevalence we think. Relationship between variables. There should be relationship between two variables explaining. So impact of education on the maternal mortality, impact of education, mother education on the infant mortality. So relationship, limited in scope, बहुत broad नहीं होना चाहिए, should be very small research and limited in scope. Extremely broad नहीं होना चाहिए कि ये भी study करेंगे, ये भी करेंगे. Like for an example, in mothers, you want to study everything. Okay, everything you can't study. Basically, you have to limit it to some point and consistent with known facts and amenable for testing. Yeah, so we know that if the 0.05 level is achieved, the researcher rejects the null hypothesis and accepts the alternate hypothesis. Samjho, reject the null hypothesis, because null hypothesis says that there is no significant difference between two groups, or there is no difference between the sample mean and the population mean, or sample proportion and the population proportion. Kuch difference nahi hai. That's what you say, because that's what your hypothesis is. You usually have an alternate hypothesis. Tumhare whatever is there in your mind, your brain child is alternate hypothesis. यार देखते हैं कि like कोई एक exercise करने से weight loss होता है कि नहीं होता है, या फिर for example आजकल keto diet बहुत famous है यार, diet करने से वजन कम होता है कि नहीं होता है ना. So your hypothesis basically is diet करने से वजन कम होता है, but now you have to prove it. Okay, so that's why पहले तुम अंडरस्टैंड करके चलो कि चलो ठीक है तुम्हारी मान लेता हूँ भाई, सामने वाली जो पार्टी है जो तुम्हारा आर्ग्यू करने वाला है तुम्हारे साथ, एंड दैट सामने वाला पार्टी इज सेइंग दैट कि नहीं डाइट वाइट से कुछ खाना वजन कम नहीं होता है, कुछ डाइट वाइट मत करो, ऐसे वाले समझ लो. आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू एन हाइपोथेटिकल थिंग. ओके, सो दैट पर्सन, द पीपल हु बिलोंग टू दैट आर null hypothesis. Okay, so there is no significant difference between the weight due to the diet whatever you are doing. Okay, and then you do statistical calculations. आप statistical calculation करो, पहले का weight ले लो, डाइट के पहले का weight ले लो, डाइट के बाद का weight ले लो, दोनों weight में difference देखो कितना है, and that mean difference, okay, that mean difference should be statistically significant. मतलब क्या? At 0.05 level. मतलब अगर आपने 100 लोगों को एक पर्टिकुलर डाइट दे दिया, कीटो डाइट दे दिया फॉर दैट मैटर, या दीक्षित डाइट दे दिया, और 3 महीने पहले उनका वेट ले लिया, 3 महीने के बाद वेट ले लिया, पता चला कि 95% लोगों का सब्सटेंशियल वेट रिडक्शन हुआ है. ओके, एंड दैट 95% इज 0.05% लेवल. 100 minus 95 कितना हुआ? 5. ओके, एंड 5 का परसेंट कितना हुआ? 0.05, and that's why the p value is 0.05. Understood? So that 0.05 could be, so this is, if this is okay, सबका mean weight reduction suppose 5 किलो हो रहा है दीक्षित डाइट के बाद, ओके, एंड यहाँ पे कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल 95% है. तो आप ये बोल रहे हो कि ऐसे कुछ लोग हैं, सो 95% लोगों का वजन डाइट की वजह से घट गया है, डाइट की वजह से घट गया है, लेकिन 5% लोगों का वजन डाइट की वजह से नहीं घटा है. रादर सम ऑफ देम हैव पुट ऑन द वेट. सो दैट इज हाइपोथेसिस. ओके, मतलब क्या कि जो भी रिजल्ट्स आया है, वॉट एवर रिजल्ट्स वी हैव अचीव्ड आर नॉट ड्यू टू द चांस. हाउ मच आर ड्यू टू द चांस? 5% ऑफ द रिजल्ट्स ड्यू टू द चांस. बोल सकते हो कि 5% जो भी रिजल्ट्स आया probably due to the chance, but 95% of my clients have reduced their weight due to the diet. Okay, it is not due to the chance, and that is the difference between the 95, that is the meaning of 95% confidence interval. Okay, सो 95% 5 तक का तुक्का लग सकता है, मान लिया, लेकिन 95% तुक्का लग सकता है क्या? नहीं लग सकता. So this is the meaning of 95% confidence interval. So there are different tests of inferential statistics. First, hypothesis bolo, kya hai? Okay. What is your research question? So H0 is no difference between two means, and there is a significant difference. That's what is the two difference is called as. But chance due to the sampling error, whatever error you are doing, sampling ki wajah se error hone wala hai. So those are bad due to the chance. That's what you are assuming. Okay, in the beginning. Okay, so state hypothesis is important. Then level of significance decide karo. Jaise in the sample size calculation, some people thought that, some researchers thought that they will keep level of significance at 90% confidence interval. Some people thought that they will keep level of significance at 95% confidence interval. Some people thought that they will keep it at 99% confidence interval. Essay. Then calculated value. Usually, all of these tests will have a calculated value. Okay, and calculated value ko you have to see the calculated value into the table, and then it will give you. So calculated value pehle nikalna hota hai. Okay, usko degree of freedom mein dikhana hota hai, and then you have to match the calculated value and degree of freedom, and then you come down to the p value. Okay, p stands for probability. Okay, p stands for probability, and probability matlab probability of occurrence of the results due to chance. So you are keeping that chance और luck की वजह से हो गया, नहीं ये तो lucky था, lucky हो था इसलिए CET में admission हो गया, फिर college में admission हो गया, या फिर university में कोई admission हो गया. No. So that luck is 5% only. That's what you prove. Okay, but 95% of the times it is not due to the luck or due to the fluke. It is due to the intervention which you are doing. It is due to the actual difference which is you have observed. Okay, so you probably remember this, in our 9th, 10th class, you used to see that log tables. Okay, you calculate the value and then corresponding you see the log value. It is similar to that. Okay, you calculate the value, see that calculated value via degree of freedom. Okay, and this is the degree of freedom, and then you come down to the 0.5 or 0.01. Okay, and once your calculated value, so basically it is just forget about the calculated value and everything. Whatever is you have to remember is basically you have to reject the null hypothesis in case of if the p value is 0.05. Okay, सामने वाले को झूठा दिखाना है, मतलब जो तुम्हारे आर्ग्यूअर्स थे, जो तुमको बोल रहे थे कि नहीं ये डाइट से वजन कम नहीं हुआ, उनको रिजेक्ट करना है. उनको कब रिजेक्ट करोगे आप? When your p value is less than 0.05, that means the probability of luck by chance, जो बोलते हैं ना luck by chance हो गया, वो minimal है. और जितना वो probability minimal रहेगा, उतना वो आपके स्टडी का रिजल्ट्स एक्सेप्टेंस लेवल बढ़ जाएगा, उतने प्रिसिजन बढ़ जाएगा. Understood? So this is how we have to analyze this. So testing hypothesis, while we have to test hypothesis, first we assume the null hypothesis and then alternate hypothesis. Okay, and we have type 1 and type 2 error. We have seen the type 1 and type 2 errors in the sampling only. I'm not going to go into the details of type. Again, if you want to revisit this, type 1 error is, okay, when the null hypothesis are failing to reject the null hypothesis. Okay, यहाँ पे null hypothesis है. Okay, but still you are failing to reject, and यहाँ पे you are failing to accept. Failing to reject. Okay, failing to accept the null hypothesis. Okay, and this is the one-tailed and two-tailed. Okay, one-tailed matlab when you want to, you will only talk about one side of the disease, that one side of the disease, or one side that drug A is better than drug B. Okay, and your null hypothesis in that case is drug A is not better than drug B. Okay, so not better than, you're not saying that drug A and drug B are different from each other. When you say that this is different from each other, then you talk about two-tailed. When you say that is better or is worse, then you talk about one-tailed. Okay, we've seen this. Yeah, now test of significance, there are various tests. Okay, some tests are called as parametric test and some tests are called as non-parametric test. ओके तो जैसे प्रोबेबिलिटी एंड नॉन प्रोबेबिलिटी था सैम्पलिंग में, वैसे यहाँ पे पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट एंड नॉन पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट है. This two groups. See, as the name suggests, parametric test, that means there are some parameters which have been delineated for parametric test of significance. Okay, so agar wo parameters satisfy ho gaye, then only you can use the particular test. Okay, so we make certain assumption about a population. Assumption of that population may be normally distributed. So first assumption is, what are the different tests of Z test, P test, F test, one-way ANOVA, and repeated measures ANOVA. Okay, please understand this. Only these are the tests are parametric test. Okay. Ma'am, do you want me to stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir, can you do one thing? Due to technical issues, you have become the host now. So can you make SMS SSPG host?
Sure, sure.
So that I can make co-host. Madam.
This is SSP. Huh. Make host.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, present.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to introduce you our next speaker, Dr. Pooja Rai, ma'am. Ma'am is MD in biochemistry, currently working as associate professor at LTMJ Sion Hospital. Ma'am has total 15 years of experience in teaching. Ma'am held various positions in MU since 2021. Ma'am is also a biochemistry lab in charge at NABL, and ma'am has 23 national and international publications. We are privileged to have you, ma'am. Over to you, Pooja Rai, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice that biodata you have given to me. I would like to thank you first for inviting me for this session. And my session is on questionnaire design. So I will going to present on this. Is it visible to all? Nikita ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. I am going to present myself as Dr. Pooja S.K. Rai, Associate Professor in Biochemistry Department, LTMMC, Sion Hospital. So my presentation is on the topic that questionnaire design. So in questionnaire design, I will cover what is the introduction part, then definition, types of survey questions, ideal requisite of a questionnaire, main aspects of questionnaire, methods to research target respondents, pilot survey, and conclusion. So what is that questionnaire? Questionnaire it means that it is a set of questions. So questionnaire is set of questions, and this questionnaire that will play important role to make one research and to create knowledge, and also develop proper tool for the existing knowledge. Also, it is a research instrument. We can say it is a research instrument that consists of a series of questions or other types of prompts for the purpose of gathering information from respondents. So whenever we have no time, then we can give a one questionnaire set to 100 people or the 150 people, and we get the answers. So we get the response from the respondents. This questionnaire word was invented by Sir Francis Galton in late 1800th century. Mean to say it was from 1800s onwards, this questionnaire design. It is simply a list of either mimographed or it is printed questions that is completed by or for a respondent. So there are different types of questionnaire is also there. I will go one by one. Why the questionnaire is used? These are used in case of when the resources are limited, when proper faculty is not there. For the 200, only one faculty is there. So we can design one questionnaire and give it to all the respondents and they will respond. Or if you want to protect the privacy of the participants, you don't show that which participants are there. Or you have to make the corroboration with the other findings. Say for example, if you corroborate about that two questions, so you can make the findings of two and you correlate with that. Now what the one questionnaire design requires? That requires, one is a thought process, then effortness, then planning, and then development. So we require for a well-designed questionnaire, these four things should be there. Now, what are the different stages for planning a questionnaire? First, there is some initial considerations should be there. So for whom these questions will be designed, you have to consider that. Then question content, phrasing, and response format. Then in which sequence these questions will come out. Say for example, question should be from the general to the specific one. Then you have to take the pre-test, then revise that. If the response is less in the pre-test, then you have to revise that question. So you have to add some simple questions also. And then you have to make the final questionnaire. Now, which types of survey questions should be in the questionnaire design? There are mainly four types of questions are there. First is contingency questions or the cascade format. What is that contingency question or cascade format? In that, if the one question is answered, then second question should be asked. That is in the cascade format. Then there are matrix questions are there. Matrix questions that consist of the rows and columns. In the rows, there is some questions are given, and in the column, the answers, that is options are given. Which answer is there? A, B, C, and D. Say for example, for the question number 1, the answer is B. So you have to tick mark that. So the matrix is designed. In the close-end questions, they finish very fast. In the close-end questions, there are options are given. Have you eaten that protein? Say for example, have you eaten the protein-rich diet? Say yes or no. Only up till that, this question is finished. Then is the open-ended questions. In the open-ended questions, that response is vague. So you have opened that for everything. Say for example, you have to write that lipid profile. So you have to write the lipid profile ka each and everything. So these are the open-ended questions. Now first is the contingency questions. So these are the set of questions whose options depend on the response to the previous question. If the previous question is answered, then only the next question should be there. Say for example, one is that your form may first ask the region. So first you have to say the region. Agar aap you are saying that Mumbai ka rehne wala hu, then the next question is that list only the towns and villages of that region. So the first question, if it is answered, then only the next question will be asked. So it is in the cascade format. There is a one, the next question, like that. Then is a matrix questions. In the matrix question, it is a group of multiple choice questions displayed in a grid of rows and columns. So what the rows represent and what the column represent? Rows represent the questions and column represent the answer choices. So this is the diagram showing that. So these are the rows in that question is given and these are the answer options. So for the question one, say for example, answer is that B. So you have to tick that. For question number 2 is same thing. Whatever is the answer, you have to answer that. So like that, you can answer that. These are the matrix type of questions. Then is the close-ended questions. So the close-ended questions, they are limited to a fixed set of response. Say for example, this is yes or no. So in that one is the yes or no questions. Have you ever visited a dentist? Say yes or no. If your answer is that yes, then you have to tick yes. Or if your answer is no, you have to tick the no. Then is the multiple choice questions. In multiple choice question is also option is given. The set of responses are given. How would you like to rate this product? Either it is excellent, good, fair or poor. So choices are given. So this is also a close-end question. Then there may be some scaled questions. That is like Likert scale. Likert scale we are using for that research purpose. It is a psychomotor scale in which there is a questionnaires are designed to measure the social attitude. So the social attitude is measured by the Likert scale. Say for example, consuming supplements will protect me from the illness during pandemic. So you have to given the option. Either you may put on that is a 1, strongly disagree. Then second is disagree, don't know, agree or strongly. So the in close-ended questions, the options are given and you have to put 1 tick mark. Then is semantic differential scale. What is that? It is a list of opposite adjectives. Mean to say, this is the example in that safe. That is the bilkul safe. Then is the dangerous. So these are the opposite adjectives to measure the psychological meaning of an object to an individual. Either this object is safe to one individual or it is a dangerous. Either this cloth is dirty or clean. Either this noise is say that is a quiet room or noisy room. So like that, these are also the options are given. Then there may be, so these are the 3 types. Mean to say close-ended question may be yes or no question, multiple choice questions or the scaled questions. Now, what are the advantages of that close-end questions? Close-end questions that provides an easy method of answering. Because the choices are given to you, only you have to put the tick mark. It prompts the respondent so that the respondent has to rely less on the memory in answering a question. So in that, the stress is not putting on the memory. And the responses can be easily classified. Either it is a good or it is a poor or it is an excellent. It permits the respondent to specify the answer categories also. So these are the main advantages, that there is no pressure on the memory. So it is an easy method for answering and you can classify also. Now, what are the disadvantages of the close-end questions? They do not allow the different responses. So whatever responses, whatever choices you have given, you have to tick that only. So the different response cannot be given. And they suggest the answer that respondent may not have considered before. So you have to put that tick mark only. Now is the open-ended questions. So after that cascade questions, matrix question, then is the closed answer, close-ended question. This is the open-ended question. So in the open-ended questions, the choices are not given. In that, there is no predefined categories, no options are suggested. So you have to write its own only. So what are the types of these open-ended questions? First is that this is completely unstructured. Say for example, what is your opinion on questionnaires? So this is a unstructured. You have not given any choice like that of that close-ended questions. Then there is a word association type. Words are presented and the respondent mentioned the first word that comes to mind. So this is called as a word association. Then is sentence completion. So you have to complete that sentence. So the incomplete sentence is given to you. For example, do not take this medicine if you are currently being treated for. So you have to write the disease, which disease is there. So you have to complete the sentence. Then story completion. So you respondent have to complete the incomplete story. So these are called as open questions. So choice is yours. Then is a picture completion. That is, in the picture completion, what he had said, you have to write that what she has said. So the respondents fill in an empathy conversation below. So that is called as a picture completion. In that you have to think, you have to give the stress your mind. So there is no choices are given. Then is some thematic appreciation test. In that respondents explain a picture and make up a story about what they think is happening in the picture. So in this picture you have to describe. So whatever you think, you have to write that. Now, what are the advantages of these open-ended questions on the close-ended questions? So they allow the respondents to answer in his or her own words. So there is no choices are given. They often reveal the issues which are most important to the respondents. So, and also they can qualify their answers and emphasize the strength of their opinions. So the qualification can be identified with the help of open-ended questions. Now in that, I've given the example of that lipid profile. So in the lipid profile, what can you write? So what is lipid profile? First is the definition, then the classification of the lipid profile, which test you have to perform in the lipid profile, and then how you have to perform these tests. So you can write down like that. And these are open-ended question, and in that the either person is qualified or not. You can assess that also. Now, what are the disadvantages of that? First, here is the you have to give stress on your mind. It is a time-consuming process. Sometimes respondents will not give full answer because they're stuck up to that of the points, and these points may not be further covered. Some respondents may find difficult to articulate their responses. Then some respondents, they will require the reminding lipid profile mein what you have to write. Then error in recording and interpreting the results also. Then there is a respondent will tend to answer open question differently. एक ने लिपिड प्रोफाइल में लिखा कि ये टेस्ट होते हैं, दूसरे ने क्या लिखा कि लिपिड प्रोफाइल हम लोग क्यों देखते हैं, या फिर उससे लिपिड एक्यूमुलेट हो गया तो क्या क्या डिजीज होती है. So they will give the different answers, and then interpretation of answer will be difficult. Now, what are the main aspects of a questionnaire? How will you have to design that of the questionnaire? Now, first is that there is a general form. Second is the question sequence. Then question formulation and wording. So in the general form, questionnaire can be either structured or the unstructured. Now, what is a structured questions? The questions in which there is a definite, concrete, and the predetermined questions, these are called as a structured question. Say for example, this is that do you have a driver's license? Yes or no? So this is a structured question. If these three qualities are not there, then this is called as an unstructured. That is that question is not defined or concrete or predetermined. So there is a non-specific question is there. For example, how can we stop the dental caries? So this is not a structured question. Now second is that is a general form, structured or unstructured. Second is that question sequence. So the sequence of the question will be clear and smooth moving. That is not like that some difficult questions are firstly you have to given and then the simple questions. But it should be started from that of the simple to complex questions. So a proper sequence of the questions that will reduce the considerability, the chances of individual question being misunderstood. So there should be a proper sequence. And the first few questions, they are important. So that the students when see the questions, that these are the simple. And after that the complex question will come. ठीक है, 2-3 questions are complex. So that is a sequence. That should be the sequence. These questions should be avoided. That questions that put great strain on the memory. Second, the questions of a personal character that should not be given. Questions related to personal wealth that should not be included in the questionnaire design. These relatively difficult, personal and intimate questions should be kept towards the end. If you want to add this type of question, that should be towards the end. So you have to go from the general to the more specific question. So that should be the sequence. Now is the question formulation and wording. What is that question formulation and wording? Question formulation should be clear and impartial. It should be easily understood. It should be simple. It should convey only one thought at a time. It should be concrete and conform as much as possible to respondent's way of thinking. No ambiguous meanings should be there. That danger words, catchwords, or the words with the emotional connotations, that should be avoided. So that should be the main aim of that should be clear and impartial, simple and understood. So that should that will be the questionnaire design. How the methods, which methods we have to apply for the questionnaire design? First is face-to-face interview. Second is telephonic interview you can do. Third is mail questions. That is questions you can put through the email ID. Or there are internet questions are also there. First is face-to-face interview. So in the face-to-face interview, the respondent is present and the interviewer is present. So in that, the personal interviews are surveyed conducted in a person by an interviewer who usually goes to the person being surveyed. So it is called as a face-to-face interview. What are the advantages of that face-to-face interview? Here is a high response rates that can clarify the questions. So that is a face-to-face. You can clarify the questions also. And you can control the respondent selection also. In email or internet, you can't do that. Then third advantage is that you can use longer more complex questionnaire. But in the internet or email, you have to use the smaller questions. When you are saying that face-to-face interview, you can easily motivate the respondents also. So these are the advantages. Now, what are the disadvantages of this? Face-to-face interview, you have to arrange each and everything. So it is a costly, time consuming, because you are going for a longer time. Then more administrative persons are required over here. Select and training the interviewers. Those who are taking the interview, you have to train that also. So the traveling allowance you have to give, so there is a high cost. Then you have to contact the respondents. Nikita madam, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now the face-to-face interview, their demerits are high cost, time consuming, and there is a selection of the interviewer and training we have to give. Then travel allowance is also given. So it is a highly costly that process. Then second is the telephonic interview. So you can take the telephonic interview also, that can be conducted from a central office that places the telephone calls to select the households or business. What are the advantages of that telephonic interviews? There is a good response rate. It is a fast, not for the longer time like that of the face-to-face interview. You can control over the respondent selection also. In this, a high representative sample is obtained by this telephonic interview. So these are the advantages of this. What are the disadvantages? In that, the questions must be short and not complex. Here, the hard to find the person at home. If you are doing the telephone and the person is not there, then what is the advantage of that taking interview, telephonic interview? You have to require that training, quality control, monitoring of the interviewers. And there is usually difficult to target a specific geographical location, because telephone can be in the outer places also, that you can say telephonic interview you can take from Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta. You have to note from a specific region. Now is the mail questions. What are the mail questions? The questions which are sent by email to selected members of the population to be surveyed. What are the now advantages of that? In that also there is a good response rate, but you have to do the follow-up procedures. Now it is easy to administer at a relatively low cost. It can cover the wider geographical area. It is more manageable for handling the large samples. From the mail questions, you can mail either 100 or the 150 persons at a time, so you can handle the large samples also. What are the demerits of that? This questionnaire may be given to someone else to fill out. You cannot make out कि किसने ये question को fill किया है. It is a more difficult type of questionnaire to. It is the most difficult type of questionnaire to design. It is a time-consuming process and also hard to interpret the open-ended questions. So you have to give the close-ended question for the mail questions. Then is the internet questions. So internet questions, that these are the questions which you can put on the web page. So from that we can do the survey. Now what are the advantages? That this is fast to conduct and tabulate, and it avoids the interviewer's bias and distortion, easy to administer, and also there is a low cost. But what are the disadvantages of that? Information which is transferred through the internet, this may not be confidential, and there is a poor control over the respondent. Also, follow-up is very difficult for the internet questions. So these are the face-to-face interviews there, then telephonic interviews, then I covered that email questions and the internet questions. So what are the examples of that survey tools from the internet? You can survey, one is most important, we are using that Survey Monkey, Google Forms also. There is some Survey Planet, Survey Gizmo, then Zoho Survey, Client Heartbeat. So these are the examples. Commonly we are using the Survey Monkey and the Google Forms. Recognizing tool questions through the pre-testing. So how you have to recognize that? So before that questionnaire, proper questionnaire design, you have to do the pre-testing also. There are some signs which indicates that there are errors in that draft. So what are these? These signs are, one is lack of order in answers. If the order is not proper. If there is all or none responses, then high proportion of don't know or don't understand answer. So they should not be put. So you have to pre-test before giving the final questionnaire. You have to see all these things. Then high proportion of refusal to answers. Then there is a substantial variation in answers when the order of question has been changed. There are some common mistakes which you can find out. From this question, what is your age group? That is, these options are given. 0 to 18, 18 to 30, 30 to 45, and 45 plus. So what is the wrong in that? Can anybody pick out what is the wrong?
Range of the person is not exact. 18
Yes.
appearing twice.
Yes, yes. 30 appearing twice. 30 is also repeating and 45 is also repeating. So this question like be that 0 to 18, 19 to 30, 31 to 45, and 46 plus. Then second is that, what did you think about the waiting time? It was excellent, very good, good, average, or poor. So what might be wrong with this question? If you are responding that these are the good responses and this is bad response. So what about that average? So option should be balanced in that. Is it clear? So to conclude that questionnaire design, when you have properly constructed and the responsibility is administered to you for making that questionnaire, then questionnaires becomes a vital instrument by which the statements can be made about specific groups or people or entire population. So you have to give the proper construction of that questionnaires so that you can find out the specific group of people or the entire population. So these are my references from where I have taken that. Thank you very much. Thank you for patiently listening. Any doubts, please? Hello.
Participants, do you all have any doubt? I don't think, ma'am, anyone has any doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
We have one question over here.
Yeah, हाँ बोलिए चेतना. Hello. Hello, Chetna.
एअरपोर्ट इथून 4.3 आणि लिंगराज टेम्पल 32 किलोमीटर आहे.
Madam, we have one question in the chat box.
Okay, what is that?
That will be from Dr. Musharraf Sayyed. Ma'am, will you please
Hello.
explain the validation of questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
So validation of questionnaire, we can do first that which topic we have taken that. So you have to validate with the help of from simple question that should be there. And then you have to perform that. Say for example, you are taking the complex questions. Dr. Musraf.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
So sir, we have to take that simple question, simple language should be there.
Yes, madam.
There are some item analysis also there, sir, for questionnaire. Na? We are doing that item analysis. There is formula for that.
Okay.
That is a separate topic.
Okay. And ma'am, if we are interested into the validation by the experts, how many experts should be there for the expert validation?
Sir, that I don't know about that expert. I don't think so that how many experts we require. But we can do the item analysis, sir.
Item
For
analysis.
different
Okay, okay.
types of questions, na, sir, we can do that.
Yeah, or a pilot study.
Pilot study, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Item analysis is done usually question wise, and where suppose if we are giving my tool for validation to five researchers, each researcher what they have suggested for that question that we have to mention, and the plus and minus we have to take,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
In item analysis, and accordingly whichever question is rejected by like most of them can be rejected.
Yes, ma'am. We can reject, ma'am. And we can reject the don't know questions also. If the options are not correct, we can reject that also.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't think
Hello,
we have any more questions.
Thank you, Nikita ma'am, for calling me on
Thank
that
you, ma'am.
side.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am, for your wonderful session. We're looking forward for many more such.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amit sir. We'll have next session with Amit sir. Amit sir, are you there?
हॅलो हा सर जॉईन होता का मॅम हे झाल्या लेफ्ट ओके सर
अरे मी नाही क्लोज केलं अननोन एरर दाखवतो मी कसं क्लोज करणार
माझ्या नेट तिकडचं नेट कसं जाईल सांग
अननोन
मला.
एरर दाखवत आहे
आपोआप कसं सांग व्हिडिओ ऑन आहे ऑडिओ बंद आहे ऑडिओ बंद आहे
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Dr. Amit here.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Can we start?
Yes, yes, sir.
Can we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So which were the tests? Two types of tests. Inferential statistics mein.
Parametric tests and non-parametric.
Very good. Yeah. So can you tell me some names of the parametric test? That was the last slide.
Yeah, Z-test, T-test, F-test, one-way ANOVA, and repeated measure ANOVA.
Very good. Okay, fine. So we shall talk about each test in little details. Yeah. So Z-test, T-test, F-test, one-way, two-way, and repeated measures ANOVA. And we'll also see the corresponding non-parametric test also for that corresponding one. Okay. So T-test. So it was given by William Gossett. The name of the scientist is William Gossett. But it is also called as student's t-test. Okay, why it is called as? Have you heard that it is called a student's t-test? It is called a student's t-test because while he was presenting, while he gave this or published this article in a journal, he was a student under the designation of student. So it is popularly called as student's t-test also. So it has got two types: independent measures when there are two groups, and match pair t-test, that is paired t-test and unpaired t-test, or dependent t-test and not independent t-test, but independent groups and dependent groups. So paired t-test will be used in, can somebody guess?
Comparative studies.
Yes, very good. Comparative study, before after type of studies. Correct. And unpaired t-test will be given in unpaired t-test. Well, will you use unpaired t-test or independent t-test? Where somebody can use unpaired t-test. यहाँ पे दो groups रहेंगे. Okay, whenever you are comparing two different therapies, two different parameters, two different groups, two different age groups, genders, survival, death, drug A, drug B, admission into ICU, no admission into ICU, students exposed with counseling, no counseling, so like that. Yeah. So as I told you, parametric tests. So parametric मतलब कुछ तो parameters होना चाहिए. जैसे ही किसी को भी कुछ भी करने को allowed नहीं है. भाई rule follow करो. If you are ready to follow the rules, then only you are allowed. Okay. So rule follow is the most important thing. If you are going to follow, it will be called as parametric test. So more stricter. Okay. Army वालों के लिए specifically, isn't it? More stricter. So underlying variances are equal. क्या है? The data has to be normally distributed. Have you learned about the normal distribution of the data in the data presentation and types of data class? Yes. Hello. Normal distribution of the data, has it been done for you all? Am I not audible?
So not really.
It's not done for you all. Normal distribution of the data.
Madam had just spoken, but we did not deal with it actually.
Okay. So basically, okay, I'll just touch upon it. Normal distribution. Matlab, basically anything So this is, so your data, so you suppose you plot your data like this, and this is, so sum of the values, this is your mean. Okay, so some of the values are going to be here, some here, some here. Okay, like that. Okay, so like that the values are going to be. Okay, so all of these values, so suppose how these values are there. So these are the means, and they're accordingly they are plotted on x-axis and y-axis. Okay, so how these values behave, some values could be low, so some values could be on one side of the mean and on the lower side. Okay, and some other values could be higher than mean. Okay, so suppose height of students in class 12. Okay, they could vary from, some students could be very short. Okay, some students could be very tall. 12 students. Okay, mean is 160. Okay, so if you plot all the values, all the mean values like that, you'll get a curve. Okay, it will have a mean. So this is normal distribution. Okay, normally distributed. So equal values on each side of the mean, equal percentage of values on the each side of the mean. Okay, not too much of outliers. ऐसा नहीं रहेगा कि possibly some values are it will be like in a case of suppose some students are extremely low on height, so like that. Okay, ऐसा skewness नहीं रहेगा. This is not normally distributed. Here you can see more people who are following on the right hand side of the mean. Got it? So this is not normally distributed. This is normally distributed. Okay, so this is called as normal distribution or bell-shaped curve. Okay, which tells us that mean, median, and mode, all three are the single point, same point. Okay, this is the, on both the sides of the mean, the same values are there and they are coinciding together. Okay, so this is the normal distribution of the data. मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा extremes नहीं है. Okay, मतलब ऐसे नहीं है कि एक आध दूसरे का height रहेगा 184, 185 और ऐसे नहीं कि भाई mean 160 है, वैसे mean 160 आएगा ही नहीं, but not too many outliers. Okay, and that data will be normally distributed data. Like for an example, if you have patients, non-diabetic patients ka, if you do the blood sugar levels, okay, they will fall between, the fasting levels will maximum between 80 to 120. Okay, but if you consider diabetic individuals, they will have outliers. Okay, so if you mix the diabetic and non-diabetic together, the data might vary and it will give you the non-normal distribution. Okay, and this is the normal distribution. Underlying variances are equal, that means there is standard deviations are also same. Okay, when there is random assigned, only 2 sets of measurements. Okay, this is very important, only 2 sets. Okay, because there will be some tests which can calculate more than 2 sets, and here the sample size, this test also can be used as sample size is less than 30. Not like that more than 30 के लिए use नहीं कर सकते हैं, you can still use it, but there are you have to do 30 ka packets test you have to do, and that ultimately you have to combine those values and do it for an entire population. Yeah, so single sample t-test, what is the difference between independent and dependent? So only one sample is taken to compare. Okay, investigating the difference between the assumed sample and population mean. So when you want to compare the population mean with your mean, that is what is called as one sample t-test. What is two sample t-test? Unpaired t-test when 2 separate samples from unrelated groups. Okay, like then survival death, male females, more than 50, less than 50, ICU admission, not ICU admission, diabetic, non-diabetic, blood pressure, non-blood pressure. And if you are comparing their quantitative parameters like ratio intervals, okay, nominal and ordinal ratio interval, barabar. So if you are comparing ratios and interval type of data, okay, then in that case you have to use unpaired t-test. Okay, between group design, two groups are there and there are two independent samples. Testers represent two different populations with two different means. So two different populations, two different meals, or it could be two different samples from the same population. Okay, two different populations or two different samples from the same population. Dependent is the same, pre-post is dependent, very simple. Okay, so paired dependent measure t-test or paired t-test, जहाँ पे matched या फिर unmatched pair design है, in that case you have to use the dependent t-test. What is the z-test then? No, what is the z-test? The difference between t-test and z-test is, in the z-test, the variance of the data is known. What is variance? What is variance? Is variability, basically. How your data is getting variation. Standard, but it is similar to standard deviation, and the formula is equal to, variance is equal to standard deviation divided by square root of n. N is basically sample size. Okay, so z-test is similar as that of t-test. Z-test you can use for more than two samples also. Okay, and there are different z-tests as corresponding to the t-test. But the common and popular one is the t-test only. Okay, yeah. Now one step ahead. Okay, though now it was just what you can say, one-on-one series. Abhi kya ho raha hai? Abhi triangular series ho raha hai. Okay, people who are interested in any sports activities. Yes, so it's a triangular series. Yeah, maybe more than 3, more than 4 groups, more than 3 groups, more than 4. When all of them are comparing together, 3 groups or more, you have to use a one-way ANOVA test. ANOVA is basically an analysis of variance. Samjha? Understood? ANOVA का long form, analysis का AN ले लिया, O ले लिया, variance ले लिया. Okay, like it's quite common. Karina and Saif will be called as Safina, and Virat and Anushka will be called Virishka, same kind of thing. So analysis of covariance, just giving an example. 3 or more population means all are equal. Okay, more than 30 is the requirement here. Okay, more than 30. N is equal to more than 30. That means overall N has to be more than 30. Okay, group wise. And at least one mean is different. So what is your null hypothesis? Null hypothesis that all 3 means are same. Drug A, B, C, same. Okay, there is no difference between, or usually we give an example of oranges, apples, and pears. No difference between oranges, apples, and pears. Okay, or no significant difference between, suppose you are doing a study saying that what is the weight loss, weight reduction. Okay, weight reduction of, so we'll keep this example continuously for the entire inferential statistics. So suppose we want to study, or I want to study, what is the reduction of weight after 1 hour of physical activity of swimming, cycling, walking. 3 groups. Okay. So my null hypothesis is there is no significant difference between swimming, cycling, and walking as per the reduction of weight is considered. All reduction, all reduce weight or gain weight, either ways. Okay, reduce or gain, either ways. Okay, there is no difference. आज भी whatever, अगर difference भी हो गया, plus minus जो भी हुआ, we are not bothered about that because we are thinking about two-tailed test. Okay, so there is no significant difference between on the weight of doing exercise for 6 months physical activity. And which physical activities? Swimming, running, and walking or jogging, swimming, running, and walking. The second is alternate hypothesis. At least one mean is different. So maybe swimming is different than walking. Walking is different than cycling. Either ways, okay, and that is the significant. But when you want to, so now you go one step ahead. What does it say? That alternate hypothesis, that one mean is different, but it will not tell you that which mean is different than which mean. For that, when you want to compare swimming and walking and cycling, or swimming and cycling, you have to use a Bonferroni multiple comparison test. So head-to-head comparisons will be done by a multiple comparison Bonferroni correction, or there is something called as Tukey's correction, or there's something called as LSD's correction. So many tests, but usually the common one is Bonferroni multiple comparison test. Two-way ANOVA, two analysis of variance, which is partitioned into categories. Now observe this very carefully. Swimming, running, or walking, or cycling. 3 groups. Okay. Now, 1 hour of activity of all 3 groups. Now these 3 groups will again be divided into 2 groups. Okay. Somebody who does these activities more than 5 days a week and less than 5 days a week. Understand? So data is partitioned into subcategories called cells. So now you have a 2/3 comparison. It's getting even difficult, tougher. Difficulty level बढ़ गया. कैसे बढ़ गया? Now you have introduced 2 groups also. Now you want to see that इसका मीन कितना है, 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 इसका मीन कितना है. And now you want to see that whether these 2 groups are different than each other, and these 2 groups are different than each other, these 2 groups are different than each other. That way, सब पूरा का पूरा comparison, खिचड़ी. And if you are looking at a study of such kind, the test which you are going to use is two-way ANOVA test. Okay, yeah. So one-way ANOVA, so coming from bottom to top or difficult to easy is two-way ANOVA. Okay, there's even difficulter which is called as Mankova also, multiple analysis of covariance. Okay, here that is variance. Okay, there is something called as covariance. The name of the test is Mankova. When you know these SRC less than 5, more than 5, and maybe if you want to do the pre and post. Pre-post, iska bhi pre-post kar lo, then that will be called as Mankova. Okay, or Manova. Mankova and Manova. Okay, when it gets even tougher that way. Okay, so the test will be called as Mankova. Non-parametric, बेचारे लोग गरीब बेचारे है ना, कुछ पैरामीटर की जरूरत नहीं है, फिर भी तुमको वो काम करके दे देंगे. Okay, you don't have to be very stricter to them, the ones who chalta hai kind of a thing, but they will get the work done. Not that they are less important, they are very important. Okay, so recently large number of techniques, because nowadays now is the era in the research. You'll see many research being done. Just scale ek administer kar diya, ho gaya research. Scale based research. So most of these scales are ordinal data. Okay, some of these data is not normally distributed. Okay, some of the values are extremes. In that case, you take non-parametric or distribution free. Because why distribution free? Because it does not require data to be normally distributed. Okay, मतलब data का curve एक तो ऐसा है या फिर ऐसा है. Okay, ये जो पहाड़ी है, पहाड़ी की ढलान एक साइड है या फिर इस साइड है. Okay, it means too many values on this side, either right side of the mean or too many values on the left side of the mean. Okay, so it is called as kurtosis. Anyways, yeah. So what are the non-parametric or distribution free test? The common one, chi-square test, because वहाँ पे तुम लोग you don't compare the quantitative data, you compare the nominal data, yes, no, or ordinal data, mild, moderate, severe, male, female versus death survived, age more than 5, less than 5, cancer, smokers, non-smoker. Okay, this one. Then you use Wilcoxon signed rank test, Mann-Whitney U test, Kuksal-Wallis test, median test, Friedman's ANOVA test, Fisher's exact test, McNemar test, and Spearman rank correlation. So many tests. Okay. Non-parametric or distribution free, apply to wide variety of situations. Rigid nahi hai test. You don't require to be, even if you can use the categorical data also, some of the tests can be, and simpler computations are required. Data are sort and arranged according to some criteria such as smallest, largest or worst. Okay. Abhi the cliche here is, how do you calculate? There you calculate mean. How do you calculate this data? We'll see that. So now there are 3 very important tests in this. Okay. There's Mann-Whitney-U test, Wilcoxon signed rank test, and Kruxal-Wallis test. Mann-Whitney-U test is equal to unpaired t-test. Wilcoxon is equal to paired t-test, and Kruxal-Wallis is equal to ANOVA. Samjha? So when the data is ordinal, ratio or interval, and the data is not normally distributed, too many values, scale hai, okay, kuch visual analog scale hai, ya fir any scale which is more subjective, non-quantitative, you use Mann-Whitney test or Wilcoxon signed rank test when 2 groups are there. 3 group ho jate hai, independent groups, 3 independent groups, Kruxal-Wallis H test. Okay, somebody will ask me that what if there are post. मतलब आज usually this type of studies are common in anesthesia. कि कोई एक anesthetic drug देने के बाद, like for example adrenaline दे दिया या फिर keto और propofol दे दिया. So after propofol you will see the BP at 0 at the induction level. Then 1 minute के बाद कितना drop हुआ, 2 minute के बाद, 4 minute के बाद, 5 minute के बाद, 6 minute. You want to analyze that. How would you do that? Then you decide the baseline and then do the pre-post with the baseline. Or what you can do is pre-post with 5 minutes and 1 minute. That you can do. But all of them together, nahi kar sakte. Got it? Very good. Yeah. So unpaired t-test, uska judwa hai Mann-Whitney test, non-parametric wala. Paired t-test, the judwa is Wilcoxon signed rank test. And one-way ANOVA is Kruxal-Wallis test. Just to make you understand, all characters in this film are fictitious. Okay, now we come down to correlation and regression. So there are types of correlation, correlation coefficient, regression, and types of regression. So we'll talk about correlation. Yeah, so correlation has got 2 types. What is correlation? As I've already told you in sampling, okay, age and BP. I don't know if I told you here or not. Age and BP. Correlation. Okay, so correlation ke liye both the variables has to be quantitative. Okay, specifically ratio or interval. Okay, and the data has to be normally distributed. And then you plot a graph. Ki like age, suppose yahan pe 30 hai, and the BP is systolic BP is 100. So यहाँ पे, okay, 30, 31, 32, सब लोग यहाँ पे रहेंगे. Okay, then 35 होने के बाद, if you go to 35, थोड़ा सा BP naturally भी हल्का सा बढ़ जाता है. So it goes to suppose 120. Okay, then if you are 40, then again it goes a little higher. So as age increases, and ये सब points को when you try to join, it will give you a graph, and it will give a line. Sorry. And line will have a coefficient. Coefficient matlab slope of the line. So that slope is called as R. It is called as correlation coefficient or Spearman's correlation coefficient. Understood? If the R is, and the R will vary from 0 to +1. So it will vary from -1 to +1. Understood? -1 इसका slope ऐसा है तो ये positive ऊपर जा रहा है, isn't it? If the slope is like that, okay, it will have a -1. Okay, and if the line is flat, the regression coefficient will be 0. Understood? So ऐसे धीरे धीरे जिसका भी slope ऐसा हल्का सा ज्यादा रहेगा, it will go towards the positive. जिसका भी हल्का सा ऐसे थोड़ा थोड़ा कम रहेगा, it will be a negative. Okay. और correlation में भी there is not only there is only positive and negative, ऐसा नहीं है, because it varies from 0 to 1. As it goes towards 1 plus या minus, it becomes stronger. So if it's 0.9 to 1, 0.9 to 1, very strong correlation. 0.7 to 9, strong correlation. 0.5 to 7, weak, moderately strong correlation. Less than 0.5, it's weak correlation. Similarly, on this side also, minus 0 to minus 0.9, strong negative correlation. Strong, what do you mean by strong correlation? As the age, as the any variable increases, the similar increases in a very strong manner. Understand? So this is correlation. Okay, so correlation will only tell you that how, whether these two variables are correlated, but they will not prove the causation. Matlab, number of cigarettes and FVC. Okay, so number of cigarettes and FVC, the functional vital capacity. Suppose as the number of cigarettes are increasing, the functional vital capacity is going to decrease. So negative correlation. But you 100% cannot say that unless and until you prove it on a regression that 5 cigarette daily पीने से FVC 2 से कम होता. You can't say that. You will just say that. But regression, on the other hand, will help you to establish that relationship in a more quantitative manner. Matlab, suppose if somebody smokes 10 cigarettes a day, his FVC will fall by 2% or 4% or 5%, whatever that relationship is. Okay, so that is the relationship between regression. Or it could be if somebody smokes 10 cigarettes a day, every cigarette, each cigarette will increase the chance of having lung cancer by 0.1% or 2% or 4% every cigarette per day. Okay, so that type of relationship, when it is proven and with the quantitative manner, it is called as regression. 2 types of regression: simple, multiple, and logistics. What we usually use is multiple regression and logistic regression. In that also we have 2 types. Okay, binomial logistic regression, when you have two groups, that is yes, no, or death, survival, or what you can say, affect, or cancer taken place, not taken place, disease present, absent, like that. Okay, and that regression you can compare with quantitative or qualitative methods. Okay, so which test should you? Continuous data hai, data is continuous, independent hai, t-test, ANOVA, linear correlation. When the data is correlated, you can use mixed t-test, or Vancouver, and you have different modeling types. When the data is binary and categorical, you are going to use relative risk, chi-square test, and logistic regression. And when the data is correlated, so suppose if you want to do the qualitative study, like I've done, we've done one study, hair transplant. Okay, number of hair follicles before the transplant, okay, and number of hair follicles after the transplant. So number, not mean, actual number, frequency, that you can do the McNamee test. And then time to event, you have Kaplan-Meier survival analysis, basically is done by Kaplan-Meier statistics and Cox regression. Okay, so continuous, again continuous t-test, pair t-test, ANOVA. Then if it is called as repeated measures ANOVA. And if the data is independent and continuous, then ANOVA, then the corresponding test is Fuchsal-Wallis H test. Okay, and Wilcoxon is pair t-test, Wilcoxon signed rank test, and linear regression here. When that data is Pearson correlation coefficient for the independent or for the categorical data, for continuous data, and for categorical data you have Spearman rank correlation coefficient. Okay, when you are comparing two scales, like for to the data which is not, you still want to do the relationship, correlation, but both the continuous variables are not normally distributed, or in an ordinal fashion, you can use the Spearman rank correlation coefficient. Time to event is time, basically Kaplan-Meier statistics and survival analysis. Okay, so which approach should we use? We have discussed that either you can use the p-value at 0.05 level, or you can use it at 0.1 level. Okay, so it's up to you finally at what confidence interval you have to decide, what error you have to decide, but ultimately what you have to use is these tests. Okay, these tests are very, very important. I think the objective of this workshop is to just to know that which test are you going to do in which type of research question is more important. Okay, don't go deeper into the calculation part, because nowadays there are quite a few softwares available which will just make you do the calculations easier. Okay, you really don't have to calculate. What you have to concentrate more on is what type of research question you have, which type of research study design you have, which in that particular study design, which is the test we are going to apply. Okay, so 2x2 tables hai, 3x2 tables hai, ya table hai jahan pe bas number of patients, okay, not values. Again, I'm telling you, number of patients are comparing with each other. The data which you are using, the test which you are using is chi-square test. When you are comparing means with means, two different groups. Now we are talking about means with means. So when you have two different means, two different groups is unpaired t-test or independent t-test. Same pre-post hai, then in that case you'll use paired t-test, pre-post wala. When you have three different groups, you use ANOVA test. When you have subcategories into three different groups, two categories, three categories, you use repeated measures ANOVA or two-way ANOVA. Then the parametric, non-parametric one are independent t-test is equal to Mann-Whitney U test. The paired t-test is equal to Wilcoxon-Sand rank test, and the one-way ANOVA test is equal to Crookes-Wallis H test. Okay, I hope you all understand. You'll have understood this. Okay, and we can move on to the activity now. So same fashion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 groups.
Sir.
Yes.
So thank you for the session. Again, due to our technical issues, you have become the host now, sir.
Okay, okay.
So first you will have to make SMS SSBG host, then I can create the break rooms. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So participants, again, I am opening the rooms, so you can go to your respective rooms, and the activity I have put it in the WhatsApp group. So, sir, regarding the activity, any instructions you would like to give?
Yeah, one group 1 or the room 1 will take question 1. We'll keep it simple. Room 2 will take question 2. Room 3 will take question 3, and room 4 can take question 4. And amongst the room also, if somebody wants to take more challenging and you want to challenge yourself, you can take many more of questions. Niche bhi kafi hai. You can take that also. You still want to discuss any question out of those other questions, I'm open to that.
Fine, sir. I'm creating the rooms now, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, so we'll go from 4 to 1 this time.
Okay, fine.
Wonderful.
So, sir, how much time will be given for the participants?